Check, check. Did I have the lectern mic on too? Check, 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 check. So and there's no. It doesn't put any. Are we putting sound back in the room at all? Just okay. So it's just barely going. Cool, cool. Hey, hey. Check, check. 1, 2. Okay. It's mostly about streaming, right? Yeah. Okay. Hey, if you also if you ever need, I have 4 powered Mackies. I have stands. I have some other little boards. If you ever need any sub rentals or anything, let me know. Check, 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 check. Oh, we're good. Hey, 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 hey. Plus a bunch of extra mics too if you ever need them. Check, 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 check. Cool.
Like, really? Because there isn't enough substance that we have to go, really?
That's actually true, right? If you look at Ingress, that was done before. Ingress is the same thing with the Pokemon.
Yeah, right.
It's just because you have Pokemon.
Yeah. Yeah.
This thing takes off.
Yeah. It's very clever marketing.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. Good, how are you? Sure, yeah, absolutely.
I've kind of gotten really
Thank
interested
you.
in the whole ecosystem, like all the component parts. Yes. My partner is, he was like, well, what's the story of the crickets? There's hallucinating.
It's multi-dimensional.
That's right.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank
We
you.
need to make it pop out of the page.
I have seen the crazy business card.
These in order.
Yeah, we do have a QR code on the back, but I have to admit, I think it just takes time.
Okay.
I'm wondering, I'd be happy to chat.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, sure.
Is that crowd favorite?
Treats over there?
I'll take that.
You can take this one,
That's pretty cool.
they're related
Are they?
in an interesting way.
We're about to find out.
Okay, I'm Jim.
I'm Dave. Steve.
Roy, so, nice to meet you, Jim.
We're all good? All ready to go? Just like as a referee, Michael, are we ready? All good?
Ready to go.
All right. So let's get started then. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Newell. I'm the CEO of North-South Studios. We're a content and software development company. And today we're here to talk about augmented reality, about the next generation of apps for education, entertainment, and games, so the entire range. I have been working on augmented reality for the past few years. I'm very excited about the progress that this new technology has made. And I'm hoping to provide you with a very informative session and try to give you an idea of what is involved in creating any of these apps. We have a great panel for you today, and we're going to start by making some introductions. I'll let everybody introduce themselves, and I'll start with you, David, at the very end.
Okay. Hi, everybody. It's working, okay. My name is Michael Leventhal. I am a partner at the law firm of Holmes Weinberg. I am a business attorney, and I work in the fields of entertainment and digital technology. I've been doing that for longer than I care to admit, and most recently just came out of being the chief legal officer and vice president at Magic Leap. I'm back in private practice now. And I work with a lot of early stage companies and have an emphasis in the AR, VR area, as well as kind of what we can now call the traditional digital media world.
Hello everyone, I'm Ronan Horowitz, founder and CEO of IQ Vision Technologies. I'm honored, excited, and a little jet lagged to be here today. I just flew 9,000 miles. Yeah, you can go ahead and check in Google Maps what that means. Talking about flying, by the way, I'm going to jump into AR for a bit. I just realized coming into the US this time how AR is becoming part of the mainstream. Normally when I come, I need to pass immigration, and the immigration officer always asks me, what company do you work for? And I say, IQ, what do you do there? Augmented reality, vision recognition, and he's like, what is that? And I need to find a way to explain. Now it went like, what's the company name? IQ. What do you do there? Pokemon Go style games. Oh, welcome to the US. Just like that. So IQ is actually doing vision recognition, which is at the core of augmented reality, and we'll touch a bit more in a few minutes. And with that, happy to be here and share some thoughts together.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brian Blau, and I'm Research Vice President at Gartner. Essentially, I'm a technical analyst, and I look at what we call personal technology market. It's essentially the consumer market. So I research devices, apps, and services. My main coverage area extends through things like consumer social networks, messaging apps. But for today, and to be honest, for most of my career, I've been focused on immersive technology. I got started with VR back in 1988, and I was in the VR sort of industry, if you will, or the market all the way through the 2000s. And it was really exciting then. Clearly didn't take off and didn't happen. I helped invent one technology called Vermal VRML, which is an internet 3D technology that today, sort of 12 or 15 generations later, is called WebGL or Web3D. But it did get its start more than 20 years ago. So I was excited to be there at the beginning, and I'm excited to be here now in a position where I get to comment on the industry. I get a chance to talk to many of the technology producers, whether they be content or hardware or software, as well as many of the businesses that are using immersive technology, or they're starting to use it. So I think I've got a great perspective, and hopefully I'll be able to bring some of that perspective on augmented reality and what it means and what's going to happen in the future. And very excited to be on this esteemed panel today, so thanks for having me.
Thank you, Brian.
Hello, I'm Roy Ashok, Chief Product Officer at DAQRI. DAQRI is a wearables HMI company. Prior to DAQRI, I spent about 12 years at Qualcomm in various engineering and research roles, the last 6 of which I was completely immersed in AR when I co-founded a project called Vuforia that eventually became sort of the de facto platform for creating AR and more recently VR applications for mobile devices. At DAQRI, I lead all product development, starting with our flagship product, the DAQRI Smart Helmet, which is targeted at industrial workers to augment and enhance their senses and help them be more productive. So thank you for having us today.
My
glad
pleasure.
to be here.
David?
I'm Dave Weinstein. I'm the director of ProVR at NVIDIA. Many of you have probably heard of NVIDIA as the sort of gaming company, the graphics card company. We make those, super cool graphics cards that go in your computers and make your games go fast. There's a whole enterprise side to NVIDIA that focuses on all the professional markets, all the professional uses of our graphics card. So I sit on that side of the house. My background is I'm a startup guy, so I did 3 startups in the tech space before joining NVIDIA about a year ago. So happy to be on this panel. Looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, David.
My name is Jim Margraf, and I'm CEO and founder of iFluence. If I go back to '98, a person with quadriplegia sat with a neurologist, and this man also couldn't speak. And the neurologist decided to go out to Radio Shack and buy some parts and build a device that he could mount on the man's head to allow him to blink and communicate with Morse code. And that was in '98. In the subsequent 15 years, this neurologist, Dr. Torch, in Nevada, Reno, Nevada, developed 7 generations of wearable eye tracking technology. So he mounted cameras in a pair of glasses, put a camera facing the world, put these together, connected to a computer, and allowed individuals with neurological disorders to look at a screen, see letters on a screen and a keyboard, and dwell on the letters to be able to type and communicate. So that happened from '98 until 2012. I happened to meet Bill Torch in 2012, and I'd had the good fortune of founding a number of companies prior to then. I created a device called the LeapPad for children. Does anyone know? Okay. And more recently, I did a smart pen that will write and capture ink and audio called LiveScribe. And so when I met Dr. Torch, looked at what he had done and said, I think there's a way to merge AR, VR, HCI, human-computer interaction, and wearables, because everything begins with intent. We have ideas, we have intentions, and not just people with disabilities. So I founded a company called iFluence to take that technology and now deploy this in AR and VR headsets to allow us to transform intent into action using just your eyes. And I've been doing that now for the last 3 years, and hopefully at the end of this session I'll be able to demonstrate something and show you how you can use your eyes to do some pretty wild things just by transforming intent. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, everybody. So today's session, I'm going to give you, I always like to start with looking at what's going on in the world of AR. And there's a few interesting headlines, over the course of the past 12 months. Of course, everybody knows that Pokemon became a great success, 100 million downloads. It's more downloads and more users than all of VR put together so far. So pretty impressive for a very modest application, actually. Tim Cook was recently at ABC News, and he declared that AR, in his opinion, is going to be bigger than VR, and he looks at it as a cornerstone technology for Apple moving forward. So I thought that was really interesting. We have the emergence of development platforms, just like, as Roy started to say, Vuforia has really grown by leaps and bounds. But we also have the DAQRI platform, that is AR Toolkit, and several other platforms that are enabling developers to create content for AR and VR. An interesting stat that I was looking at prior to the session, there's 336 startups that are listed in the Angels list as companies that are declared as AR. Digital Capital has declared that they are assuming that the AR VR market could hit 150 billion by 2020. So I find all this information extremely interesting and encouraging for anybody that wants to promote, to create applications or use AR as an extension of the products that they create. So I was hoping today in our session to talk a little bit about the key technologies that you need to know about for AR, and then focus the bulk of our time into the next generation of applications, from education to the workforce to entertainment to gaming, and then perhaps talk a little bit about key factors and things that are useful to know when you want to create one of these applications. Take a look at the present market opportunity and the future market opportunity, then perhaps take some of your questions and close with a demo from Jim and the iFluence technology. So a lot has happened, and some of the things that are important that have developed in the past couple of years start with technology that is at the heart of the success of AR and VR. So I'll start with you, David. I was hoping that you can talk a little bit about to the audience about the importance of graphic processing units and service on a chip, and the kinds of technologies that you guys are developing that are enabling, empowering all of this technology.
Yeah, sure, happy to. So I think it's important to maybe go back in time 20 years ago, right? And VR and AR didn't happen 2 years ago, right? It wasn't an overnight phenomenon. People have taken stabs at this in the past. And the important thing to look at is what was different this time, right? Was the hype better, and so suddenly we kind of got over that bump? It wasn't about the hype. It was about the underlying technologies and the pieces that you actually needed to create compelling VR experiences. I'm guessing most of the people sitting up here tried VR in the 90s, got nauseous, promised never to try it again, right? And it took 20 years for us to come back to it. The idea is not new. The implementation, the ability to do it right is new. So let's talk about the technologies that you need to do AR and VR. They're still pretty similar. So on the one hand, you need tracking, right? As you move your head, something needs to track that you've moved your head. You need to update the image to match, unless it's just a heads-up informational display. Okay, so tracking is really important. It's also really hard to do with the accuracy and frame rate that you need in order to not have things kind of swim around in AR and VR. So tracking graphics performance, you need to be able to drive compelling content at 90 frames per second. So, you know, this isn't simple little images. We all want these immersive experiences that are rich and compelling and have millions of polygons in them. Millions of polygons at 90 frames per second in stereo is actually really hard. Like, most desktop applications are pushing 30 frames per second, and that's a pretty good experience. And if it drops out to 20, that's okay. You know, we still don't mind. VR and AR, it's kind of 90 or bust, right? If you don't hit that frame rate, it breaks the illusion of immersion, right? It just kind of falls away. So the requirements in terms of just raw pixels that the GPU has to be able to push through is quite high. And then the displays. So, you know, it used to be really, really expensive to build a display that was this close to your head that had high enough resolution. And then we all got smartphones. And the price of having a high resolution display with millions of pixels in this form factor actually became quite cheap. So these core technologies are what has made VR and AR now possible. There's other ones that I think are important that I hope we'll get to talk to a little bit today. You know, user experience obviously is critical. It's going to be very different than keyboard and mouse, right? Keyboard and mouse don't translate into our virtual worlds. We don't want to be burdened by those. So
Definitely, and we'll get to that in just a moment. It's going to be a key part of our presentation. So, but thank you, David.
Sure.
So another key element that is important to know is that to develop content for any of this, AR or VR, one essential component is a development platform. So I was hoping, Roy, that you can talk a little bit about it, having been one of the in a unique position of having worked in Vuforia and now in DAQRI. So you're familiar with two of the leading platforms, which I have been fortunate enough to use both of them actually, and they work quite well. So can you tell us a little bit about you know, development platforms for AR?
Sure. I think fundamentally the dev platforms for both AR and VR are the same. The tools, the types of problems you're trying to deal with are the same. The approach that I take, at least, and you know that DAQRI is very focused on, is to make sure that whatever we do, in general, we're trying to abstract the complexity of AR and VR from the average developer. I think that is very important, because these are not easy concepts to understand and translate. Folks like you guys should be focused on creating, you know, what's the cool content, right? What content and optimizing that content to fit within a CPU budget of saying, okay, I need to render at this frame rate, or I need to have these kinds of particle effects, and this is the hardware that can meet that. More traditional concepts that you've been exposed with. So the approach we take is, let's make the simplest tools easy to use and lower the barriers as much as possible for developers and content creators to use them. So the thing, you know, starting with, you know, computer vision, right? The fundamental pieces of technology to enable, you know, what David was talking about with tracking. You basically, when you move your head around or you move your device around, you have to make sure that content that's drawn on someone's head stays where it is in this audience. That's not easy. You need to do that at 30 frames if it's a device like this. You need to do that at least 60 if it's on your head, or 90 would be perfect. That's when you don't see those artifacts. It's not easy at all. We're talking about rendering a complete scene in less than 10 milliseconds, right? So the tools we build have to be very, very highly performant. They have to be exposed in popular tool chains that people already use and are familiar with. So one of the things we do is we make our technology available within the Unity tool chain. So Unity is a very, very popular game engine. You can just pull your content you can model it in any third-party modeling tool and then pull it into Unity, and then it's mostly an authoring tool, a simple authoring experience. And then we take it a step further at DAQRI by saying, hey, there are a class of people who don't even want to deal with the sophistication of Unity, right? There's a simplicity that you have to bring there that's simply like, I open up my web browser and I can pull in my 3D model and I just drag it and place it on a scene and it should just work. And that's the approach we take with our 4D Studio toolchain. If you use a DAQRI toolchain, doesn't matter whether you're a really sophisticated developer that needs to bring in your own complex rendering engine for your own game, we support that. You want to bring in, you want to use Unity, widely used, that expertise widely available, we support that as well. And at the other end, if you're not sophisticated and you're not a traditional programmer, but you're a content creator and have these models and you just want to put these together, we would provide that in a simple web app. So if you don't satisfy all these constituents, it's very difficult for a platform to scale.
Thank you, Roy. And actually, we're going to segue right to you, Ronan, since you're in the visual recognition aspect of it. So if you want to further elaborate based on what
Sure.
Roy started to share with us.
So, as I said in my introduction, vision recognition or computer vision is at the core of augmented reality. And I want to explain in a few sentences what that means and why it's so complicated. So let's assume that we want to give our users the ability to point their phone at a movie poster and as a result see the movie trailer or superimpose CGI on top of it. We need to somehow be able to recognize that movie poster. So vision recognition is about giving computers or smart devices the ability to interpret millions of pixels into context. It's basically trying to mimic our human vision. And the complexity, and here's a quick example. When you take a picture with your phone, usually the resolution is very high in today's devices, but let's assume it's 1,000 pixels by 1,000 pixels, which isn't very far from an HD or full HD image. That's 1,000,000 pixels. Now each pixel has 3 values normally, red, green, and blue. That's already 3 million. Now we need to do tracking, as they mentioned here. That means we can't just rely on a single image. We need to work on all those 30 images per second, 30 frames per second. We're now almost at 100 million pixels that we need to do calculations and math and complex learning algorithms, and it has to be in real time and instantaneous. That's how complex it is, but we managed to solve most of those problems. Still, it's a very difficult and challenging problem to deal with, but there are ways around to make that work, as we can see already in some applications. So this is basically vision recognition. I want to just quickly say one more thing about augmented reality in general, because we're talking about those terms. From my experience, in my humble opinion, if we look at it from the perspective of the users, like the experiences we develop for people, whether it's in toys or games or in the movies, I don't think they really care about the technology name or the technology itself. It's all about, is it fun, right? And I think it's important to realize that, and we'll probably talk about some best practices soon, but that's what drives us when we develop a product in my company. We don't try to put the technology at the center of it. We've learned that with our first product with Lego that they tested with kids, and we realized that kids didn't care about our technology or how we called it. The only thing they cared about was, is it fun?
Thank you, Ronan. And of course, when we're talking about new technologies and we're moving away from the computer and now thinking of eyewear, head-mounted displays, the smartphones, etc., needless to say, an essential component is to rethink how you're going to use the devices, right? So I was hoping, Jim, that you can talk a little bit about what brought you to think about a new UI for all of these technologies, in particular the use of your eyes.
Sure. Thanks. Thanks, Billy. First, a question. How many people here have worn an Oculus? Okay. How many have worn a HoloLens? Okay, about a third. Okay. Who's tried Daydream View, the latest from Google? Okay, just a couple. Okay, thanks. That helps me a lot. So as we look at it, now we have this imagery in front of you. It's VR or AR, overlaid or immersive. How do you interact with it? And we've seen what happened originally. We had Google Glass, where you'd swipe your finger along the side panel and look like a Saturday Night Live parody character, which didn't work very well. We see Samsung Gear VR, which still has you tapping on the side of your head and trying to find the buttons. We have Minority Report like hands that are moving around in Tom Cruise style. And we have your head that you can move around and dwell as you hold it in places. And we have your voice. And they're all interesting, and each one brings some value. Or you can use a handheld controller, different types. So what fascinated me was, in having looked at, it actually looked at users, children, and then adults, how they interacted with paper for about 5 years as I created this LeapPad, and watched how their eyes engaged with static images on paper. I became really fascinated with what attracts people's attention, how long they gaze at different objects. So when I met Dr. Torch and started looking at this eye tracking idea, I discovered that the methods of using your eyes to control something were really completely inadequate. And the problem was that the approaches were basically looking at something with cameras looking at your eyes that could track your eyes and see where you're looking, and forcing you to then dwell. So you could look at a menu, you could dwell at it and wait, bing, and then maybe a letter H would be typed. Look at an E, bink in the E, an LLO. Or you could look at something and wink or blink, which got really silly looking as well. Those were the methods that were in all the research papers, and essentially the literature said if you'd like to try to use your eyes to proactively control things, don't bother. And the collision was, how do you deal with this issue of consuming information versus directing or controlling something? And the literature said you can't do both. Well, I take issue with that, because right now I'm looking at people, and who is directing and who is consuming? Actually, everyone here is doing both right now, because I'm looking at your engagement level, as a storyteller would, or as a teacher would, or as a speaker would. So I'm taking that information in at the same time that I'm speaking. All of us do this all the time. So I looked at that and said, gee, what could we do? And we came up with a language that allowed us to actually use your eyes to both interact, consume, and control at the same time by again, transferring intent through a mixture of purposeful and non-purposeful eye signals. We looked at your eyes, we derived signals from your eyes, and we looked at the language of light flowing through your brain and how you respond to imagery, and said, wow, could we use this? So my belief is that what we'll see is we still will, absolutely, we'll see hands that are a critical part. You look at Tony Stark in Iron Man, and he holds things up and spins things around. There are times your hands are just great. And there are other times if I'm holding something and I'd like to change its color, should I have to stop then and use this finger and poke in the air at something or start flicking through a menu? Not if you could look at it and just change the color or check its volume out or find out how much it costs to make. And that you can do just with your eyes as well. So what I see is multimodality in the forms of different type of interactions, whether it's head, hands, voice, or eyes, and eventually brain waves, which we're looking at as well. So I think there's remarkable things coming in this means of interacting in augmented reality to interact, or virtual reality, whether it's quick twitch or you're immersed in a story or beyond. But there's a lot of potential here.
So thank you, Jim. Thank you, everybody. So now let's look at we have talked about hardware, we have talked about platforms, we have talked about UI, we have talked about visual recognition. So Brian, you look at all of these things. So what are your impressions of the new ecosystem that we have going now for this new technology, as opposed to what we were talking about earlier from a couple decades ago?
Sure. Well, there was a lot of interest, 2 decades ago, and you could say that the level of hype around AR, VR really hasn't gone away. What it's turned into was hype that was unrealistic and not achievable to hype, as was described today, sort of modern technology. You can get it. You can sort of go to the store and buy your AR and VR today. The question, was really about sort of the state of the market. I think, sort of where is the industry, what are the types of devices available, and maybe a little bit about where it's going. You could say that 2016 is year one of immersive technology, or year one of AR, VR, even though there's proof positive that the first head-mounted display was, thought of almost 100 years ago. It's been in science fiction, and there's been many attempts at making these types of devices with the thought that having a personalized and central view from your own viewpoint is going to provide you a much more intimate and personal experience for any type of computing or any type of fantasy or entertainment or movie that you want to watch. So today, there are several million head-mounted displays in market. Most of them are VR. Most of them are smartphone VR. Samsung Gear style, where you take a smartphone, you snap it in, and you put that on. The apps today are maybe not what you would expect. The apps in the most popular devices are 2D movies in a 3D theater. They are in fact not really virtual reality, but that's sort of the situation that you have when we're thinking about how technology transitions from one platform to another, from sort of one era to the next. It is a transitionary technology. So today people are using the device which is a new technology device, but they're using it to view old technology. Now, of course, that's going to change. Today, with the wired headsets, that being the Oculus and the Valve and the Sony PlayStation, there's entertainment content there. It's mainly games, and so if you would just look at those only, it's 100% video games, and it will be more video in the future. Besides that, and what's in the consumer market, the consumer is mainly about VR, and for augmented reality, though, it's not in the consumer market yet. It's mainly in enterprise. There are a number of great devices and software systems we've heard about today. There are many different types of use cases that are imagined and that are being pursued by these businesses. They fall into the area of things like field service or maintenance or training. But there are a lot fewer augmented reality devices in market, maybe a tenth of the VR devices. Even though we think that augmented reality and that transparent display component is going to be the future of immersion, it's not the situation today, but we think it will be in the future. So that's a little bit of my view and some of the things that I would.
Thank you, Brian. Michael, you also have worked at Magic Leap, and you have also been looking at different deals and different technologies and partnerships and whatnot. What is your general overview of where the technologies or where AR is today?
Well, I think I'm going to kind of echo what Brian was saying. We're in a situation with AR. AR is a much more complicated thing to achieve than VR, and the component parts are difficult. You have to do everything pretty much that you have to do for a VR device, and then you have to place it in the real world. And you've got all sorts of kind of interface challenges, incredible interface challenges. I was at a concert of one of my favorite bands a couple of years ago. King Crimson was playing in LA at one of the old great movie theaters down on Broadway, and I was up in the rafters, and Crimson is kind of a wall of sound, and I'm sitting there like this in my seat going, all right, because I'm working at Magic Leap at the time, this is all I'm thinking about. I'm like, okay, what's my interface? Because I certainly can't use voice commands here because I can't even hear myself. If I start to move my hands around, I'm going to smack somebody next to me. So, the eye tracking is about the only thing I could come up with. But this is a challenge. I mean, when you look at what we want AR devices to be, we want them to be devices that you can wear all the time and that you can wear outdoors as well as indoors. So the challenge is, it's one thing to sit on your couch and have a closed-in device and play a video game. It's still not easy, but it's doable. But if you want to walk around in the world, you need an interface that's going to work, and if you're going to wear them all the time, and people we see in Minority Report and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and people are swiping and doing that kind of thing all the time, that probably gets tiring after about 5 minutes. You're not going to want to do that for 8 to 12 hours a day. So these things get really challenging, and then of course the other challenge is if you're walking around in the world and you want to see things going on. You want, ads are popping out at you on stores, or somebody's graffitied a building in virtual space. The refresh rates have to be everything we've talked about, but you're in the real world. So where is your data going to be coming from? How fast is the data input in order to, to gather that stuff and make it feel seamless? So to me, what I'm looking at right now in AR is there are all these components, and there are all these companies that are doing these things. There's the display technologies, there's which vary from putting something on a screen to projecting onto your retina. There are the interface companies, there are the vision companies, there again interface, and there's the artificial intelligence companies that really need to be there so that they can understand, so that the device can understand what it is you're trying to achieve. And then there's things like spatialized sound, which we haven't talked about yet. If you really want to have a truly immersive experience, audio is an important part of that. So what I'm seeing is an entire ecosystem building up. Now, there's not a huge installed base yet for any of the major platforms, but everybody's kind of building the parts that will come together into an integrated device. And to me, it's a really interesting time. I like that it's year one of, because I think that's true. I think we're starting to see people come out with devices, and everybody. I've had conversations with people who are trying to do smell technologies. So if you're lying in a field of grass, you want to be able to smell that too. So to me, I'm just watching all of these companies kind of look at each other and figure out what the total experience needs to be.
Thank you, Michael. So it's interesting. I love, of course, AR and VR. But I think what is interesting about AR is that it seems to have a lot more applications. And I think that one of the strengths is that it's also not exclusive, it's actually inclusive. And I think that's why Pokemon, which was a very simple app, became so popular and everybody used it, and it became something that we can talk about. We can look at other examples of AR like that, because since you're not losing sense of a reality, you can still ask a peer a question, you can still ask somebody an impression, you can still communicate, and I think that's something that is at the core of AR. I want to make sure that we address the next generations of apps, and I want to ask everybody on the panel to talk a little bit and focus ourselves on uses that are not game oriented. So let's talk a little bit about the real world, let's talk about the workplace, let's talk about education and training, and let's try to please, everybody feel free to jump in. So I'll start with you, Roy, because Dacry has spent a lot of time on it, but I hope that everybody will participate and we'll keep the segments a little on the short side so that we can talk also about the entertainment and gaming. It's kind of an ambitious agenda for an hour.
Sure. So at Dacry, we're very focused on sort of reinventing work, as we talk about it as the future of work. What is the future of work going to look like? I think about it more as like, we have to elevate the skill level of everyone here. So in a way that you can think about using AR, someone could be fixing a car today and maybe fixing an airplane tomorrow and perhaps a surgeon the day after. That's the potential for what AR can do. Where we are today is, of course, early days, but if you think about it, without any formalized training, you should be able to put this device on and you should be able to perform any task that you're faced with on that day. So our belief at Dacry is that, it'll all start at work. This technology and the maturity of it today, as Michael alluded to and David talked about earlier, it makes sense today at work. People will wear this. They'll wear it for a few hours. They'll wear it for a work shift. They'll perform tasks with it. At some point, that maturity level will translate to sort of more prosumer use cases and eventually a consumer-grade device and use case. But I think where it really has a lot of bang for buck today is training, maintenance, and sort of using this for tasks that you work on a daily basis.
Thank you, Roy. Ronan, I know you wanted to jump in there.
Yeah, following up on your comment, I think that training and education as real value with AR because we can suddenly overlay information that is normally invisible to us. So we can show instructions on a certain process and teach someone. I remember that first app, WordLens, that was acquired by Google. Now it's part of Google Translate. You could point your phone at a menu or in a sign on the street and see that in your own language. Beautiful application for AR, I think. One example how we are using AR in one of our own applications, which we just learned that it makes beautiful sense, is we've developed this 3D scanning technology of 3D objects. And we've learned that it's not very natural for people to scan a 3D object. For example, if I want to scan this bottle with my phone, I need to show this from many different angles. And if I just show the camera preview here on the phone, people don't get it naturally to use all those different angles. So what we did, since right now the technology requires to put this background or mat and place the object on top of it, we used that to create an AR 3D dome around that object, divided to different sections. And you just need to carve out those sections while you scan, and it's becoming a lot more fun and addictive. And we can actually put this path on top of it to teach you how to do it in the best possible way. So I think that AR really lends itself to education and training. Again, think schools, chemistry, mechanics, physics. You can really show Newton's law in a way when you make those experiments. So there's a lot of potential there.
Brian, and then you, Michael.
So I just wanted to add a bit about workplace use of AR. So you mentioned it, and of course Daiquiri is focusing on it, but one of the more popular use cases is field service. So the general category of when an employee has to leave the home office, get in a vehicle or travel to a destination, interact with a client, a piece of equipment, potentially report back that information back to the home office. It's a very common scenario in many types of businesses. And for the tasks, for these field service workers, especially the ones where they have a hands-busy task, they have to repair something, right? Today, they're using maybe paper or a digital tablet, but when they put on that head-mounted display, when they put on that augmented reality device, it frees them from all of the sort of encumbrances of whatever else they had to bring with them, and they can focus on that job. They can have that real-time delivery. So we're seeing this quite a bit, and it may emerge as the most popular use case for AR in the enterprise over the next year. There's going to be the other ones too. Right. Training, of course, is really important. Some type of maintenance, maybe focusing on a particular piece of equipment and getting instructions on how to repair it, or getting diagnostic information could be popular too. But those are going to be the ones that at least we're seeing as popular. And I have to say too, it's not limited just to the United States, but this is a global phenomenon. I have a great opportunity to travel around the world and discuss this topic, and the conversations that I have are similar everywhere. Everybody wants to know about it. They want to understand how to use it and how they can improve essentially the efficiency of their business by using a head-mounted display device.
So, Michael, I think you wanted to add something.
Yeah, a couple of ideas. One is a very simple one, which is, how often have you had the experience where you're walking down the street and there's somebody coming toward you and you know them, but you can't remember their name, or you're just stuck, right? So add a little facial recognition technology to your augmented reality device that then automatically summons their LinkedIn or Facebook profile, or maybe your own internal database where you have some information on them, and suddenly you're good to go. That's a dream for a lot of people. That happens to me, so I'm waiting patiently or impatiently for that. And then there's the healthcare field. The healthcare field has a huge number of applications. First of all, imagine that you're a surgeon and you're standing over your patient, and your head-mounted display is giving you a real-time readout or real-time display of the circulatory system and how it's working, or the vitals that the patient is exhibiting right now, and you don't have to look away. It's all happening right in front of you as you're doing your job. Between that and telemedicine, where you're able to actually perform a surgery remotely through maybe a robotic device somewhere else, and you've got a fully immersed experience going on. These things are not today, but they are coming, and they could be tremendously valuable and important to saving lives in places that are very hard for doctors to get to.
David?
Yeah, so just a couple of follow-on questions. I think these are great points, and I agree that serviceability is probably, you know, the low-hanging fruit. There's a really interesting tie-in, which is to the Internet of Things, right? We have these sensors all around us, and at the moment, they're pretty useless. They're recording a lot of data. Most of us don't have access to that data. You know, the check engine light comes on. I don't know what that means. I have to take it somewhere for them to tell me, you know, oh, it meant your gas cap wasn't totally turned in. I want that information to be accessible. I want it to be the point where I can be my own mechanic, right? So tying into all these sensors, and AR is the right interface, right? I want to be able to look at something and see that information or be able to pull up that information. So I think Internet of Things is a great tie-in for AR. The second thing I wanted to mention is right now for VR and for AR, they're pretty lonely experiences, right? But they're not going to stay that way long, and it's actually unfortunate that it started that way because it's in some ways misleading, right? These are going to be probably the most social interfaces that we've ever had, and I don't know how many of you saw the Oculus Connect keynote, but Mark Zuckerberg gets up there and does this cute little collaborative demo where it's him and some friends, and there's the dog, and you should go watch it. It's fun. But the point is, collaboration, I think, is going to be the killer app for both of these technologies. We're a spread out society. Our families live on the other side of the world, on the other side of the country. Our coworkers are all spread out, but we need to collaborate on projects, or we want to spend time with family and friends. And phones are great, and email is, you know, okay. None of them are a substitute for being there with someone. And so I think that this technology really holds that promise of being able to share an experience, whether it's, you know, for someone helping you with the surgery or whether it's, you know, watching a movie with mom. I think that's the greatest promise of these technologies.
Thank you, David. So, can we start the next segment with you then?
Sure.
So, we wanted to talk also about entertainment and gaming. And for gaming, I think VR is definitely a more immersive and richer experience at the moment. But just talking about what you just mentioned, David, and I think that the social aspect, that being able to connect with other people is something that is irreplaceable, and is something that is definitely the reason why, one of the main reasons why Pokemon was successful as a product. So when we talk about entertainment and games, one of the things that always comes to mind, and being here that we're at Digital Hollywood, where a lot of you work with video or develop content or work in a post-production company, you have to think about that AR actually offers you the ultimate second screen experience, because you don't have to stop looking at what you're looking, and you can have an additional experience or an in-depth experience for something that you're experiencing at the moment, but part of the redundancy. So, Jim, you have been involved in education and consumer products, so I thought it would be good to start with you. When we're thinking of entertainment, when we're thinking of gaming, what are your thoughts for augmented reality?
Mm-hmm. So, how many people here are in content production? Okay, that's
A
good.
lot.
And how about in technology? Okay, great crossover. So, let's look at what happens now when we're looking at storytelling. It's a huge topic. I just was at the a conference back east called the Future of Storytelling. Was anyone there? Okay, people know about it. And it was looking at what do we do with this narrative that's well known? What do we do with existing cinematic techniques that are well known? How do we take the idea of giving autonomy to an individual in an environment where suddenly the story that was previously well defined with an arc and beats, now what happens? Because now you can't control necessarily the user's gaze at a point because they can look all around. You can't necessarily control timing because timing is to some degree in the control of the user. How do we deal with this? So we've been looking at this as well, looking at the immersion of this user in what I'll call an IPN, or an interactive participatory narrative. Okay, where you are a participant in the story. And now we've looked at what's happened with branching stories, and attempts have been made for many years to do branching of all types, and it hasn't really worked very well. One of the challenges, it's invisible because you never see it. You're branching your way through this, but you might not know it. Now let's look at how could we come up with a way to let you participate in a story, to maintain the flow and timing of the story, to use traditional techniques, but still to take advantage of what happens in this immersive environment. So we've been playing with that. We've been looking at some of the interesting, I'll say, biomechanical aspects and cognitive aspects of sight and engagement that are offering some really interesting tools. I'll refer to one or two right now because we're experimenting with these and we're finding huge power that could be as powerful as the invention of the cut when we move from linear filming to actually using cuts. One of those being the blink. It turns out that when you blink, you're blind. Of course, you know that, your eyes are closed. And that blink lasts 150 milliseconds or so. So if one could detect every time an individual in an environment or in an experience blinks, you've got something to play with, which is really interesting. But then again, you don't always blink with the same frequency. But there's something else that happens, and we know this by directing gaze in a film. Your eyes move around. Well, when your eyes move from point to point, in fact, let's just try something. If everyone looked for a moment at my right finger, and now look at my left finger, and now look back at my right finger, and hold your gaze on my right finger. Now what I'd like you to do, I'm going to get these pretty far apart. I'd like you to move your eyes from my right finger, excuse me, David, from my right finger to my left finger, slowly and smoothly, continuously over a 3-second period. But I want you to start here, and when I tell you to, do it smoothly and continuously over 3 seconds. Ready? Go. But now do it smoothly and continuously for 3 seconds. Okay. You can't do it. You can't do it. It turns out that what's happening is something well known. Your eyes move in what are called saccades, S-A-C-C-A-D-E. A saccade is a hop from point to point. When that motion occurs, there's something else that happens. Now try, look at my finger here, my right finger. Look at my left finger quickly, then go back to my right finger. This, for many people in the audience, about 10 degrees of field of view. The time it takes your eyes to move from my finger to right to left finger is about 43 milliseconds for 10 degrees, plus or minus, very small delta for everybody in this audience. There's something else that happens in that period of time. You're blind. When your eyes are moving from one point to another point, you do not see. Wow. What kind of power is that? Because if we know when that's occurring, when you're in a space and you're watching something, and we can give that to you, and you want to make something happen, you've got two things that can occur. One of them is your eyes are moving from here to here. Well, there's a really nice time to be able to do a cut without having to deal with the issues of sloppiness, because when you're in VR and you're trying to do cuts, it can be pretty nasty. That's the first thing. The second thing is, when you emerge from this blindness, there's another phenomenon that occurs. It's called change blindness. What that means is, when you emerge from blindness, or if you ever watch a figure and you watch a facial change slowly occur, very slowly, you don't see the change occurs. If something happens very slowly, over minutes, you look at a smile and it can change to a frown, and you won't know it unless you think to yourself, I'm watching a smile, it changed. You won't know it. So the idea of change blindness says that if your eyes move from point to point, when you come out of this period of blindness, if something in the scene changes and you were not cognitively aware of it because it's sitting aside, you won't know it until you happen to look over and go, was that there before? I didn't know that. The reason I offer these, I just wanted to get specific in a couple areas, because the points that we're looking at right now are techniques that ultimately would be brought forward in tools that will allow us to do things that were unthought of and thought not to be possible. So, very exciting.
Thank you. Anybody wants to add anything to, go ahead.
Well, a much more low-tech analysis. Bill was talking about second screen, and obviously today the viewing of traditional 2D is, you have your television and you may be watching a live event with some friends and you're tweeting or you're texting to your group of friends and all of that. If you're in a device that that gives you gives you the full world, the television can be here and your Facebook page is here and your Twitter feed is here. All of these things can be happening at the same time, and you can be, you can kind of be moving from thing to thing. It allows for kind of a more satisfying, kind of traditional, I guess it's now traditional, two-screen experience.
Thank you, Michael. So we have, time is marching upon us quicker than I would have loved. I do have a lot of information in the PowerPoint. If anybody wants a PowerPoint, you can give me your business card or your email address, and I'll be happy to send it to you. But we do want to make time for a brief demo from Jim. So I wanted to talk to all of you about the market opportunity, and I was hoping that you can give me like your highlight for the current opportunity and future opportunity succinctly, so I can get to all of you. And I can start with you, Michael, at the far end, and just move forward this way. So what do you see as the market opportunity today and tomorrow? Like,
Well, so if you're talking about kind of ultimate consumer adoption, or the kind of the whole.
what if somebody wanted to make an app today? What areas or what kind of app would you advise them to do, versus what you see, let's say, in about 2-3 years?
I mean, I think probably today, if you were in this whole field, probably the thing that you're going to have the best luck getting adopted and maybe even getting funded for would be an entertainment related or a game app for VR, because VR has the larger installed base. It's more easily understood, and so therefore you have an opportunity to do something in a VR device right now. There's not a whole lot you can do in an AR device just because the installed base isn't really there yet. There are a couple of units that are out there, but I think for the foreseeable future, it's probably on the VR side and on the AR entertainment side, it's games. In the AR world, otherwise, when you talk about like the ODG device and the other devices that are actually out there right now, I think it's industrial. That's where it's not entertainment so much as it's working in the factories and instructional and that sort of thing. Big picture is kind of unknowable. I think once AR is really ubiquitous, it just reshapes the entire computing industry and the entire kind of experiential and entertainment industry, because that device will be capable of being pretty much everything that you use today on other screens.
Thank you, Michael. Ronan?
Sure. So I think that the barriers of price, content creation, and distribution of software tools are lower than ever before. But at the same time, the price barrier for high-end VR and AR is still significant. So what I think that's happening now, we're seeing that this market is building itself bottoms up, mobile first, consumer-centric applications. It will change, I guess, but for now that's going to be the build-up, and we've seen Pokemon Go with mobile. We've seen Masquerade or Snapchat filters, which are the most popular apps right now that you can say incorporate an AR experience. I come from Startup Nation, they call it Israel. I'm looking around, and I think that in a few years we'll see a lot of development, not just in AR and VR, but also in AI, artificial intelligence, autonomous vehicles. It's going to become big, and the technologies that are being developed for that purpose will combine themselves, I think, with AR. Imagine the windshield that will show you some information on where you're driving to, etc. Robotics will also be part of that. So I think that right now we should probably focus more on mobile platforms, but it's going to happen very rapidly that there will be those devices that integrate different technologies together to enjoy the benefits of each different technology segment.
Thank you, Ronan. Brian?
I'm going to keep my answer really simple and probably maybe a bit different than the other panelists here. And regardless of the hardware or software, regardless of the state of the platform or how experienced you are, my suggestion, unless you really want to make a piece of hardware, is to focus on content. Think about creating great experiences and educate yourself along the way. What's going to make AR and VR successful ultimately is the quality of the consumer experiences, whether it be entertainment or something else, and in the workplace is how efficient can workers be. I think a lot of the success is going to depend on how good those experiences are. So my advice is to create great experiences.
Thank you, Brian. Roy?
Yeah, that couldn't be further from the truth. You really have to get down to trying to figure out what problem a company or worker or consumer is actually facing. I would say on the enterprise side or the non-consumer side, the focus is on productivity and efficiency gains for industrial workers and field service technicians. I think that's where it'll start. It's a market that can bear that can work with the challenges of the technologies today and the state of where we are. On the consumer side, I'm a little bit more optimistic with the devices we have today. There's very, very clear examples of toys being connected with iPads. Last year there was Lego, or maybe the year before that, Lego Fusion Town Master, very, very successful examples of connecting sort of physical products with digital experiences. So I really encourage you guys to look at sort of the spectrum. I wouldn't rule out one versus the other. There are certain classes of applications that make sense in each category.
David?
So I appreciate the shout out for autonomous vehicles. NVIDIA cares very deeply about autonomous vehicles these days. Seriously. So self-driving cars are coming. They're an enormous space with lots of money behind it. The same key technologies that are driving AR are driving your self-driving car, right? It's all recognition, it's all tracking, it's all, what are the visuals and path planning and all of that. Those key technologies, I think, are going to have a side benefit, which is that same kind of autonomous agent planning is going to be really useful for media, right? So if I'm building an immersive experience and I want it to be other than just a linear narrative, I'm going to need components in there that respond to me, right? And that AI is going to come from deep learning, right? So I think there's going to be great crossover between those. The last thing I wanted to mention is audio. So if I want to convince you that you're in this room but you're actually back at home watching it, I have to get not just the visuals right, I have to get the audio right too. And people are spending a lot of time thinking about the video side, and NVIDIA is happy about that. We think a lot about graphics too, but there's other senses, and I think that we've spent a lot of time and a lot of years figuring out how to make really compelling visuals, and we're gonna need to start educating ourselves about how to do that from the audio side, from material properties through the physics of acoustic dynamics. So. Anyways, that's where I think we're going.
Thank you, David. So we are gonna end with a little different approach than originally planned. We're gonna do a little demo with Jim so you can see one of these new technologies firsthand. Before we start the demo, I want to thank the panel. Your companies are really leaders in every aspect of AR and VR, which I do believe is going to revolutionize the way we do things. So I thank you, and I wish I had another hour to ask you a lot more questions. I think we would all benefit from it. So after the demo, if you want to ask us questions, we'll be available. We're all yours, Jim.
Thanks, Billy. So just going back to Brian's comment, on the experience side, couldn't agree more. It is about the quality of experience, the quality of emotional connection, engagement, productivity, speed, time. These things are what matter, and getting those right for a very specific problem to be solved, identifying that problem clearly is the way to go. So be focused on your problem. What I'd like to show you is I have a pair of AR glasses. Who has worn ODG glasses? Okay, few people. So this is a company in San Francisco that makes AR glasses. They're sale for about $2,500. You put them on, they're like a HoloLens, but actually a little broader in their field of view. And so I can see you, I can see through them, and you can see what I'm seeing. What you're looking at right now is a display and the glasses. So here are the glasses. I have these plugged into a battery right now and a small processor that's sitting here. It's an Amazon Mophie battery. But I'll put these on, and the first thing I do when I put them on, so you're seeing what I'm seeing. And right now, I'm going to just start looking around. I'm going to move my eyes, here we go, from item to item. I'm moving around counterclockwise. Can you see a box moving? Okay, great. So if you'd like, tell me something you'd like me to look at.
Airplane.
Okay, the airplane. Something else?
Shopping cart.
Shopping cart, airplane, shopping cart, shopping cart, airplane. I can go from corner to corner if I want to. I can move around slowly, I can gaze. So I'm looking at things, and what I'm getting is feedback. So as I'm looking, I can see through this. I can see all of you there. This is not overlaid. This is just kind of informational. But there it is. So the next thing that occurs is I say, okay, I can get feedback. I know what I'm looking at. But that airplane, say I'd like to find out, say, what time of flight is. With my eyes, I can bring up a screen that's flight information. And then with my eyes, I can go home and be back there again. And maybe now I'll check out the weather. So it's nice, 81 in Maui would be nice to go to. Now, a couple things. If you watch me and you watch this, you'll see two things. One is I'm not blinking and I'm not dwelling. I'm just looking. I move my eyes around. There's, again, this dialogue that's taking place. Think of it as an agent, an intelligent agent that's watching me, and there's this dialogue that's going on between me and this agent that's giving me, in some cases, imagery in the form of affordances. And then there's signals that I'm generating. Sometimes I'm aware of them, sometimes I'm not. And then there's this balance of actions followed by visual transitions that occur. That's the part of the language that's happening here. So here I go. I'll try again. In the upper right corner, there's a photograph album I'm going to bring up. And I've tipped my head back so you can watch my eyes a little bit here. In the over right, there's an eye. In the upper left, let's go and zoom into the one in the upper left, because this is a favorite photo of mine. That's my wife on the right side, and we were taking our team to Hawaii after our Series A financing, and which is fun. And over there, she and I did that. Wasn't our investors. There's a picture of I'm gonna go back there. A picture of a bamboo forest. We went hiking, and then in the right, there's a picture of eyes. Everyone's eyes. We have pictures of in our building. If I want to, I can flip to the next page, and there's a team picture with 3 members. But if I want, I can pull down a menu, turn on recognition. Are we okay? Is it still there? Okay.
Yeah, no, but
Okay.
we're being told.
We have to hustle?
Oh, we have to
okay.
hustle.
So now I can look at the individuals. I can see their names. There's Ben, there's Steve, there's Zoe. I'll do one more thing. Okay. Here is now I'm a doctor and I want to be hands-free. We talked about medicine. There are my patients coming in today. There's Jeff, there's Eric. Let's check out Eric's charts. There they are, protocols, insurance, confidential information. Current condition, why is he here? Well, he tells us he has pain in his left foot, swelling and bruising. Notice I'm looking, but there's no reticle tracking my eye around. When I get to the bottom, where it says view for the x-ray, I can bring up his x-ray. There it is. When I want, I'm going to go back 2 screens because there was one that said confidential. I'll bring this one up. And now, well, if it's confidential, it takes a picture of my eye because my eye's a better identifier than my fingerprint. So it can authenticate me, say, that's Jim, give me access, and now I find out, he had a substance abuse problem. Okay. Last one, Billy, because I set this up for you. I have one where I could make phone calls and do text messages with my eyes and send information, but I'll skip that and we'll go right on to this one, which is, I'm going to turn the camera on now, so I'm going to look at you. And now you can see I'm looking around at everyone here, and I'll look over at Billy. There we go. So if I can use my eyes, by the way, notice I can take these up and down, and I don't have to recalibrate. This is automatic. If I'm looking at the world, I'd like to learn, I'd like to communicate, I'd like to produce, I'd like to buy. Shouldn't I just be able to look at something like a piece of clothing? Or in this case, I brought along some chocolates.
I thought those are for me.
Yep. So what if I'd like to just say,
It's for the
gee,
panel.
let me look at these. There they are. Just a little dark here. Hold on a second. Okay, there we go. So I'll look at those, and I'll take a picture of the chocolates. We'll hand that picture up to the internet, which can, of course, process that image, identify the image, and note where I was looking. I was looking at the label, which gives it a head start. It sees now if it can find that and match it. If it does, it sends us back information. We take that information and we hand it to Amazon. Well, it didn't do a very good job, but we got some silicon candy round chocolate truffles. Okay, so I can say, let me buy those, and up comes the people. Well, there's Bill. So Bill, would you like some silicon chocolate truffles? Because I'm about to order them. In fact, right now, we just placed a live order, and those will be delivered to you at the address shown there. So there we are. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. So we'll be available for questions if you haven't at the end of the panel. Thank you for waiting for us. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, excuse me.
It's working. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for him to give me the cue. We set? Fantastic. Hi, everybody. Welcome to what we think will be a great panel, really unleashing the power of YouTube. And those of us that have been in the digital media space would say not just YouTube, but MCNs more broadly, on content, on programming, on monetization, and on all kinds of opportunities that have grown out of YouTube launching and creating a digital video space. My name is Jeffrey Thompson. I'm an associate partner at IBM Consulting. I work with cognitive, with artificial intelligence. You might say, like, how the hell is this relevant? I would say two reasons. One is content discovery, content recommendation, the decisions to greenlight, whether it's professional, long-form, or short-form content, has become super important and critical. IBM is an $80 billion company that many of you guys know, but most importantly, we've made significant acquisitions in the last 3 years in the digital video ecosystem. Aspera, ClearLeap, CleverSafe Cloud, a whole lot in mobile space. We bought the weather company. Why? Because analytics of weather and its impact on digital video consumption, content monetization around the world matters. So I think that that is why I'm here as IBM, and I'm delighted to introduce a number of panelists that have been in this digital video and the long-form professional original content space for many years. So without further ado, let me introduce our panel. First, I'm going to go with Rick Sutton, who is the Chief Revenue Officer of Trusted Media Brands. I'm going to introduce Rick. Rick's going to say a couple of words about not just his company, but about where he thinks one big item of where the marketplace is going.
Thanks. So for those of you who don't know Trusted Media Brands, it's 11 brands, some of which you've heard of, some of which you haven't. Taste of Home, largest food publisher in print, second largest on the web. Family Handyman, Haven Home, largest in digital. Reader's Digest, been around for almost a century, 95 years. So the panel has YouTube in the name, and one of the trends that we're seeing is that buyers aren't automatically looking at YouTube anymore when it comes to doing digital video advertising programs. The place where they're going first is Facebook. We did some primary research, which came out of some strategic planning we were doing. And when we talked to marketers, so not their agencies, but the brands themselves, 65% said Facebook, way more important than YouTube. Some of the other research that came out of that study is on a white paper that you can read at tmbi.com/video. I'm sure I'll find a way to quote from it throughout the panel. Which part, my name or?
Website. Yes.
tmbi.com/video.
He's like on CNN. He threw it in there, didn't he? Let me introduce another panelist. Lots of great experience. Josh Entman, who's the co-founder and chief development officer of Jukin Media, which has been in this space since 2009 and doing some interesting things. Josh?
Yeah. Well, in talking about the power of YouTube, we wouldn't exist if it weren't for YouTube, so I think that's a good thing. But it's interesting how kind of the dynamic has shifted for us. To give you a little background, the core business is we have a whole team of people scouring YouTube every day looking for amazing user-generated content that all of us post. What's different about us and some of the other multi-channel networks is those are people trying to roll up talent and kind of do channel management. We're actually looking for individual pieces of content that your everyday person would post. Cute kid, funny dog video, etc. So there's not a lot of competition to go and get those videos. What we do is we bring it in-house, we acquire all media rights, and then we distribute it to TV shows, digital publishers, and advertisers. Piggybacking off of Rich, Facebook is by far more important nowadays, not just in monetizing or distributing or building some sort of branded campaign, but for us it is now a native platform to look for people uploading content as well. So our discovery has shifted from primarily like 100% YouTube to being very diverse, Facebook, Instagram, Vine, anywhere that people are uploading video content.
Great, thank you, Josh. Let me introduce another panelist, Rich Pusateri, who is the founder and CEO. We have a great panel. These are great thinkers. But he's co-founder and CEO, or the founder and CEO of Bent Pixels, that monetizes content on YouTube, Facebook, Amazon, and handles a bunch of things like rights management, which we might get into as we get going forward, because the complexity of rights management and monetizing is intermingled. Mike?
Yeah, Mike Pusateri, Bent Pixels. Like Jukin, we've been in the space since '09, and we help small and large content creators really monetize their content primarily on YouTube through audience development and rights management, both technology and managed service. So across 6 communities we have on the media side of our business, we have about 16,000 channels, about 12 billion views a year. And then on the managed service side of the business, we're doing rights management services for big players like Disney and others. So we're very knowledgeable about the space. Something that I'd like to talk about, whether it's with the panel or those in the audience, is there's been a lot of changes policy-wise within YouTube, structural-wise and behind the scenes, and how that's affecting your ability when you're creating content or how you're creating content, and how the businesses are being run around that. I'd like to hear more about that.
I've noted that, Rick. We can talk a little bit about it. All right, Mike, thank you. And let me introduce the last panelist. Forgive me. Ryan Dietert, who is the CEO and co-founder of Influential Media. Influential Media is doing some interesting things in the marketplace, including doing some work with IBM. So, Ryan, why don't I give you a minute to introduce yourself and give us. We want to challenge you with something your company's doing and a big opportunity that maybe that the market is missing.
Sure. No, thank you. Ryan Dietert, CEO and co-founder of Influential. We're a data-first influencer technology. So we are matching influencers with brands and agencies through a 2-prong system. Enterprise dashboard for them, for the brands and agencies, and an app for the influencers, with a marriage of programmatic and organic content together. We do this through 3 different prongs: demographic, contextual, and through our partnership with IBM Watson as a developer partner, psychographic, so determining whether or not their personality traits are a match between a brand and an influencer. Approximately 10,000 plus influencers that are allowed into our app, and it equates to approximately 5 billion plus followers across Twitter, Instagram, Vine, Snapchat, Facebook, and YouTube. And then the future of I think the entire market across social media is less the talent model and more the data model, looking for ways to better identify whether it's content or influencers, to better monetize through branded content or just general monetization through ad networks.
So I want to stay here for a minute because you mentioned contextualization, you mentioned psychographics and all this demographic stuff that we talk about with digital media that all of us have been interested in. How can the market monetize more, or how can we solve problems to scale businesses in the digital video space leveraging Influential, and why should we?
Sure. So when clients come to us, agencies and brands, they go, great. So we know in an RFP we want to spend $1 million next year, and we want to hit a certain demographic, we want to hit a certain type of influencer. How do we apply that and find the right people to monetize, and turn that content into something that's worth some brand equity? We go and say, first and foremost, we don't represent anyone. We have no talent. We don't have anyone that's actually, we're not an MCN, we're the opposite of MCN. And we're saying, take a look first at the breakout of what you want to hit. Look at a composite breakout of each individual influencer. And together, 5, 10, 20, 30 influencers together can create that story, that uniform sentiment, diversified message, and be able to take what a Hershey or a Sony wants to put out to the world and use people with large voices that can hit their exact consumer base and deliver that at scale. And we do that across all platforms, YouTube included.
Thank you. Hey, Rich. What I didn't mention was Rich has been involved with 8 startups. I'm just setting you up here. So
All right, well,
forgive
let's see
me.
if you get it right.
Yeah, I'm going to get a piece right. But he's been involved with 8 startups, including working with a non-startup in Warner Brothers, right?
Yeah, I was with Jim Molishok and the guys who started Warner Brothers Online, and that dates me because that goes back 20 years.
So meaning that you started monetizing content right at the early stages of digital video. Would that be correct?
Around the time dinosaurs walked the earth, yes.
So where I'm getting at is you've seen the market shift, you've seen it grow. You're the Chief Revenue Officer of Trusted Media Brands. tell us are you focused on monetizing, and how are you leveraging either branding, monetization of content, or your clients using these things to scale the marketplace for you or yourself or for your clients?
Yeah, so when I came to the company 2 years ago, digital monetization was all about IAB standard size ads. And I took a 100-year-old publishing company kicking and screaming into digital video, which today is very successful for us. And it's we do some branded content and we do some custom web series for clients, but most of the money comes from boring pre-roll ads and high impact banner ads, and also native advertising. But the native's dirty little secret is only 5% of the inventory on the best publishers is sold. The other 95% is all programmatic. But those are the three areas that we focused on to monetize our digital content, and it's working.
Josh, I have a question for you, but I'm going to skip it for a quick second. And the reason is you mentioned 5% of ads sold, means 95% of inventory is not selling.
So in the native space, if you take a look on, the New York Times is doing it really well, and you look at the spaces that they've designated for to drive traffic to their native articles, they're only going to be filled 5% of the time. The only way they're going to fill them the other 95% of the time is with programmatic. And I don't think anybody saw that for native when BuzzFeed first started doing it.
So the reason I'm going with you on that is because I want to go to you, Mike. And the reason is because your team is spending time figuring out rights management, how to monetize this content and optimize it. How do we help sell that? I know he's got a different use case. You have a different client base and that kind of thing. But how are we optimizing or trying to optimize monetizing beyond that 5%, even increasing CPMs?
Yeah, I mean, rights management plays a big role there because finding the content is important when it's being either copied or you have a super fan that's obviously excited about the content, they're posting it themselves. I mean, that's something that we do. So we'll go out and find it, and then when you know where it's at, obviously you can monetize it a lot better. The optimization piece is very important. Being able to, understand the tricks of the trade and incorporate those not only in your content but the channel itself. I think those are two very high-level important things that need to be done to be able to, make your content discoverable, which I think is an important part when you're talking about large platforms like YouTube. Being able to find the content is a very important part of the game. And so those two pieces, audience development, rights management, I think add to the ability to monetize more of your content.
So quick one for you, because Disney is now using your rights management platform?
They do, yeah.
So why would a big company like Disney be using your platform? Why couldn't they do that themselves?
They use multiple platforms, right? Because there's different use cases for different aspects of what they're trying to find. They've got so much content. It's important to be able to go out there and find that content. I think ultimately for us, it's providing tools to large and small content owners to be able to go out and in an automated, efficient way find their content and ultimately monetize it. So that's exactly what Disney's doing.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you. By the way, I didn't mention it, but we're going to reserve about 10 minutes for questions. So I'm peppering them with some content opportunities that will hopefully jog your memories and give you some insights, and then I want you to pepper them later on. So Josh, your Jukin Media company been around 2009?
That we don't count that year, but yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Startup year. We
Yeah,
get it.
startup year, right? You don't know what you're doing.
He's done 8. I've done 2.
We didn't
I
file
get
in
it.
Delaware by then, but yeah.
So the question is, you're in a little bit different mode because Jukin Media produces content and monetizes it and licenses the clips and licenses short form. That's sort of like traditional media except for short form. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say it's more rooted in traditional. The business started just to license this content in its raw form to television. We got really lucky because all of us carry around camera phones and shoot everything in our lives because we're important, and we feel an obligation to share that with the world. And so because social content became so important, we looked at ways of monetizing it, which once you own it, you just start verticalizing it and become a publisher. So we went very quickly from being exclusively a licenser of content, very much a Getty Images or an iStock, to, hey, we have a lot of kids that are uploading funny fail videos. We should build a brand, and we should power that brand. And at the time, you would start that on YouTube because they told you could monetize. And everyone said, great, let's be an MCN. Well, for most people, that meant rolling up channels of creators. For us, it just meant monetizing and managing the rights of our content that we owned the IP for and building brands behind it. So come up with a programming strategy, do compilations, do top fives, 7 reasons you don't want to go out on a Friday night, and then people getting hurt. So, I think there's all these different ways from a programmatic strategy that is more like a traditional broadcaster launching a network and programming content, in linear form.
How can you tell which content to produce that's going to sell better?
We use a lot of data to support that, and I think that's a lot of companies in the space do look at that from the early days, like looking at the analytics of thumbnails and what generates a click, what the engagement is, watch time, the length of the content. On Facebook, it better be less than a minute. On YouTube, you can do 3 to 5 minutes. So knowing all the different kind of strategies is actually helping you monetize and perform better. Because on Facebook, for example, you want people to spend more time with your content and it'll monetize at a higher rate. They don't offer monetization yet, but that's where it's headed. So on YouTube, you were just hoping for premium served non-skippable ads, and the way to do that was to have safer content, make it more produced in a way so that UGC was always actually the lowest common denominator for content. A copy of a grainy old cat video was not monetizing at the rate of maybe doing 10 cats you want to hang out with this weekend. So our programming strategy was often influenced by our ability to monetize at a higher CPM. And CPMs, for one last bit, on branded channels are much, much higher than the individual assets wherever they live.
So this is interesting to you because he's mentioned data, and Influential is all about data. So you got more of a, Rich is over there with content that he's selling and advertising the community. I got Josh who's creating content, trying to monetize it. Mike's doing some of the same thing but differently, adding a lot of whole contextualization. How can you help these guys monetize better with Influential? And I'm specifically thinking because you're talking about big data for psychographics, for demographics. I mean, what does all that mean? Like, why does it matter?
It's possible. I haven't jumped down that rabbit hole. For us, our clients are largely the major agencies, the big 4 or 5 holding companies, a Hershey's, a Sony, a General Mills. And for them, the monetization for them is more just doing a digital media buy and how can they best get the brand equity they're hoping for with great branded content. So unfortunately, I don't think I can help you unless we can delve deep into our back-end analytics. But we're able to, for example, through our partnership with IBM Watson, we have what's called the Big 5 personality traits. So altruism, imagination, adventurousness, all these breakouts of personality insights. We're able to match that to the semantics that are being spoken by these influencers across all platforms and be able to match that to what the brand is hoping to get so that we can better match those two accordingly. The monetization or the money part is really just being able to get the best bang for your buck to find the right person or right voices to deliver a message at scale across all platforms.
Great. Thank you. And by the way, just as a disclaimer, I did not know Ryan before this panel, so please. But we love when we hear partners like Influential that are leveraging our platforms to grow their business and look at things differently to monetize. I want to do a real quick rapid fire with you guys. And the reason is because you're experts in this space. What companies out there that you're admiring that's in this digital video space that's either doing it right or absolutely doing it wrong? And what the hell are they missing? And we didn't practice this on purpose.
So the doing it right answer from my perspective is a double-edged sword because it's Google and Facebook. And it's a double-edged sword because by 2019, if you believe the pundits, they'll be taking 87% of all the digital dollars out of the marketplace. That leaves 13% for all of us. It's a problem.
I guess I'll do the positive thing.
Yeah. That is a problem.
I'm going to say awesomeness because I think we all have a little bit of awesomeness envy in the content creation side of our business, and they started as a true MCN. In fact, they were running TrueView ads to get people to sign up, and I don't even know if most people didn't know this, but they had as many channels, if not more, than Fullscreen and
Absolutely.
Maker. And
Targeted
they're
at really demo, yeah.
And anyone could sign up anywhere in the world, and they were just accepting everyone in, and their top 1% was all that really mattered. But they were able to shift and really turn into more of a studio. And I think in terms of DreamWorks investment, ultimately the acquisition, and then the other 3 acquisitions or whatever have happened since, I think they envision it like a studio in this modern era. And I think that's what, at least for us, next steps of what we're trying to achieve. We're an IP company. We have a virtual studio model in everything we do, from distribution. We obviously have acquisition. We essentially have first look deals with creators. You have all the elements there. You have the pipes. We need to get into more of a content creation standpoint to third-party buyers.
So you have Awesomeness TV NV because
do.
of their acquisition. They've monetized well, and they've now started doing their original content and actually doing long-form movies.
And direct-to-consumer in a way that I think
For
most
God's sakes.
SVOD services are very jealous of.
Awesomeness TV, good one to benchmark. Remember, there's Machinima, Maker, Fullscreen,
I only have
Awesomeness
bad things
TV,
to
and
say about
thousands
that.
of others,
No, I'm just kidding.
right?
Yeah.
But these guys have created billions of dollars of a different kind of content and a different kind of value for consumers and a whole new business model. Mike?
Yeah, the awesomeness is a great answer. That was actually the first thing that came to mind. I think, too, the one to piggyback a little bit further is they've done a good job of taking small creators and then transitioning them to linear shows and Nickelodeon, things like that. That's not easy to do. And they've done a really good job of that. They got a really good team. I think Studio 71's doing some interesting things right now, doing stuff with The Rock, and that's really, smart, creative. They've got a really good management team over there. Those are the ones that Jukin. These guys are very smart business model. They've run the business really well from the beginning, and controlled their destiny. So those would be the ones that stand out for me, for sure.
Ryan, sorry.
Absolutely a different angle. So we work with a lot of the agencies, the big holding companies. Universal McCann and their studios, Studios, work with whether it's Johnson & Johnson, Hershey, Sony, all the above, all their entire roster. They have really committed to being always on. All of their content for social isn't just, I'm going to wait for an RFP and do a Q4 initiative, but consistently putting the feeds out on their own brands as well as through influencers, delivering really dynamic content across all platforms, depending on the KPI, key performance indicator of the campaign. So that's actually an agency, but has a studio development inside of there that, whether we're the vendor or other vendors are there, they're spending the right amounts of money and putting it with the right brands to deliver, a scalable offering.
Great. Change of subject for a moment, to go deeper into another area. Each of you represents your own company as well as being an expert on the industry. Rich, what is something that you're very proud that your company is doing in the marketplace to advance where we're going as an industry, whether it's a product or whether that's an influencer?
So one of the things that publishers have a tough time with is first-party declared data. It's second nature for Facebook. They've got 1.5 million signed up registered users, but that's not our model. It's not the model of most publishers. So how do you compete with that depth of targeting? Over the last 2 years, we've grown our first-party data from, well, it's nowhere near 1.5 billion, but we've gone from 4 million to 30 million. So at least we're in the conversation. So I'd say first-party data.
But let's stop. Okay, actually, we stop for a second because that's very powerful. You're growing first-party data. Then what are you doing with that data? Meaning, are you scraping it with third-party services to triangulate and leverage that? Why is that strategic to you? Because I don't even know if people, does everyone here know what first-party data is? What the hell is first-party data?
Yeah, so it's data that comes from an individual, and it's not inferred. So I don't know it's your name, but I know it's you, and that's very different from knowing that it's.
And who owns that content? Who owns that data?
We do.
Whoever collects it, you, and you're collecting.
Yes, that's correct. And what are we doing with it that's interesting? Is that the question?
Yes, that's where we're going.
Yeah, so Kraft thinks this is interesting. We did a program for them for Kraft Kitchen where we have an algorithm that takes a look at the content that the viewer is looking at. It takes a look at the first-party data that we have on that user, and then it builds the ad based on what it collects. And that ad is really powerful. It sits at the bottom of the page, and Well, Kraft told us that they've never seen those kind of engagement numbers before. So that's what we're doing. That's a product that we're out in the marketplace with. In fact, we're trying to trademark contextual dynamic targeting. Wish us luck.
Josh, are you guys collecting any data?
Mostly, yeah, but all through third parties.
Yeah.
And not
Talk
using.
a little bit about that. And is it important at all?
Hugely important to the business. As I think I mentioned, from a programming standpoint, I think the reason we're able to generate great viewership, content has to be good. We're fortunate that it's user-generated content, which is pretty popular. I think outside of music videos on YouTube, it is the largest category in terms of generating views. It's very short, it's snackable, it's in your feed. You watch a 10-second cute dog, and then you're on your way. So we've benefited greatly from kind of that short, snackable piece of content. The data is more or less all the stuff from, I think, time of day to length to how you're measuring success month over month so that you end up on some sort of tubular report and then you sell that to an advertiser, right? It all points back to, can I monetize better because of my data? Or can I put us in a different echelon that categorizes us as premium when, in fact, a lot of times user-generated content scares off advertisers because they can't control the way they shoot the content. They actually don't know because it's not set up where they had people sign waivers and do things. We're a third party, we clear all that. You're gonna be in front of it. You have to know that the brand equity is worth the value of being in front of a piece of content that gets 30 million views, but if it doesn't align perfectly with your brand message, that scares them sometimes. So I would say that the data is helping us to ease those pains a little bit.
Mike, are you seeing, I mean, you're doing sort of end-to-end. Is this impacting data and is it impacting the kind of content that either you're monetizing or your partners are monetizing or that you're creating?
We have our software business we spun out in April of this year, and they have a massive amount of data across 250,000 channels. It's like 15 billion views a month. That's private data that's used pretty extensively for programming. But I think from a claiming standpoint, we definitely use a lot of data to be able to determine what's the ideal content to go after that is going to be popular. It's broken down even by...
What is claiming to this group?
Going out and obviously finding content that's being either monetized other than by the owner is a primary, point of what claiming is, specifically on YouTube. Obviously that's coming online on Facebook as well. But yeah, data is a very important part to finding that content and being able to use it in a meaningful way.
Yeah, I want to go back to that because that's such a good point. And Ryan, hold on for a second here, because claiming is a big deal on YouTube, right? User-generated content. I launched the James Brown channel with Universal Music and Vivo 3 years ago. And we found that we couldn't claim our way into making a business out of the James Brown channel. We were, getting all excited about, building a direct-to-consumer business with content that was already out there, and we were going to claim this content and build a revenue stream from all the pirates that were out there. We could not get ahead of it. Has the marketplace changed? Is it better now for claiming for I'm thinking about all kind of direct-to-consumer content offerings that are created that are having trouble monetizing.
YouTube's Content ID has gotten a lot better. Number one, I think that's an important automated part of the claiming process, but there's technology like ours that's out there that allows you to be able to go after the non-automated portions of that content and actually, our team learns the content, understands certain aspects or viral aspects of it, uses the content to be able to sort so we find content earlier and go out and actually monetize it. So yeah, there's definitely the technology has improved on the claiming side. And, that goes back to the smart things like that Jukin's doing in terms of creating content around what they know is going to be monetized and optimized and, the audience is actually looking for.
Content claiming is a huge business that's still relatively untapped too. And I know Mike can talk to this, but and we were just talking about it earlier, that Reader's Digest and some of the others, they probably don't even have a person in-house or anyone that's looking at it, and it's just money left on the table. But it's also your content, so you're protecting copyright either for yourself or for the owners that you represent. So you have an obligation to do so as well. And I think that's where your service is not just, hey, we're going to make you some side money, Disney. Like, you own intellectual property. I'm sure you don't want the mouse represented in someone else's pocket.
Yeah, and you're not. I think too, it's not a. You're not taking down that content. You're actually, you're proliferating the viral nature of the content. but it hurts my soul to hear that you've got content over here that's being left out in the wild.
We need to get some metadata and figure out a way to make it work for you. So Ryan, you have all these big agencies. Why the heck are they investing in you guys? You're a small little startup. Where are we now?
We're 100 people, 14 million raised, 3 years deep from our first raise. We are transparent data, all done through third-party, church and state. Why is it important? So we're a media buy on social, so defining what the actual metrics are helps you actually make it a CPM or CPV-based buy. Secondly, when we do a campaign, if you guys are familiar with FTC compliance, hashtag ad, hashtag sponsor, you see about a 30% dip in engagement on multiple platforms. When you do, saw this movie, hashtag ad. When we can match, which we've done across hundreds of campaigns at this point with IBM Watson through our PI API, we're seeing actual branded FTC compliant posts outperform the organic content's engagement. So being able to say to a brand, you're going to be able to be perceived not only authentic in the way that's being spoken in the voice, but in the actual metrics and the engagement. That is why people are gravitating towards us on the major agencies.
So what does that mean, though? That means that they care more about that particular ad. So what does that turn into higher revenue?
Correct.
Does it turn to a better target? What does that mean for the advertising industry?
Yeah. So the better way to get people to watch a product or watch a branded piece of content and turn that into some sort of ROI, going to a website, sharing that further, engaging with it, equates to dollars being spent well in the agency world.
So then let me ask the question, going back to the topic of this panel, is part of it is brands. What brands are out there and how they've been able to leverage leverage YouTube to monetize their own brands. And I'm thinking brands, generally like Coca-Cola and McDonald's and Nissan and Chevrolet, it's traditional brands, and then a lot of newer brands that have been up and coming leveraging digital media. What brands are out there that you think are leveraging YouTube or MCNs or digital video in a way that makes sense to build their brand or transform their companies? I'm looking at you, Rich, because I know you're a veteran and you've been deep in this space, but everybody's here, so if you're ready, go.
So my answer might be a little surprising. I think Procter & Gamble does a really good job. I think the stuff that they do in the branded content space and the original content that they produce is really smart. You really can't talk about branded content, I don't think, without talking about Red Bull, because sort of nobody's in a league with them. So those are the two that I would bring up.
Red Bull. Why Red Bull, though? To go back. Yeah, everyone's not a male teenager.
That's a duh. I mean, if you look at the stuff that they do, it's not even head and shoulders. It's stories ahead of everybody else. I mean, the guy jumping out of the balloon, come on. I mean, that stuff is brilliant. They're really, really smart, and it's branded content is their whole DNA. So that wasn't something they bolted on later. That was something that is part of what they do.
Josh.
Who does it right? We're in the user content space, so I always look at anyone that's curating user content and telling stories, because I think that's kind of our mandate or mission. It's user-generated entertainment. And, Apple, everything shot on this. We've helped out with some of their campaigns. We've licensed, I probably can't say this out loud, but we have licensed some of the videos for them. They make you sign really strict NDAs. But at least, using the content that people are shooting on their phone and turning it into their creative, I love that story, and I think a lot of brands do that extremely well. Like West Elm Furniture and people posting Instagram photos when they bring the furniture home. It's like a whole business of just people sharing all the stuff they do when they buy it. And IKEA has something similar as well. So there's something about turning your assets into brand equity, because there's no cost, right? I mean, that's just adding on earned media on behalf of your audience or your fandom.
Thank you. That's good, helpful. Any particular brand that you?
Geico comes to mind. I think they've done a good job with linear, and they've done a good job with digital. It crosses over a lot. That's one that stands out for me for sure. GoPro is part of that. They've done an excellent job of creating really meaningful content that presents the brand very well. Those are two that stand out. You know, the WWE is one that actually all the metrics around the WWE are amazing. They've, from early days, they've done an excellent job around promoting their brand, creating original content, you know, driving a lot of traffic. So those would be the three that stand out for me.
And it helps serve their pay-per-view
So
and their SVOD service.
That's exactly right. Their SVOD service is surprisingly, I mean, what are they, number 3 or something crazy like that in the U.S. in terms of SVOD, you know, subscriber base?
Oh, very helpful.
Yeah.
Go back to Ryan. I want to go back to this question of, you know, a brand. You got these advertising agencies. You know, what is a brand that you particularly are seeing out there that's leveraging these tools in the right way to monetize it? This type of group should be looking at.
Sure. So I have a small anecdotal story. So we partner with
Stories don't work here. No, go ahead.
long story. Hershey's Jolly Ranchers. They own the Jolly Ranchers, and I saw an RFP and a request in which we did multiple campaigns with them at this point for something that I didn't expect to see. I expected it to be very kind of buttoned up, conservative offering. But the hashtag, you might have seen it over the Olympics, and before that, hashtag keep on sucking, which is very risque. And it was regarding the Jolly Ranchers campaign. We did it for the Olympics, and they actually said, do an Olympics kind of mockumentary version with influencers where they suck at sports. So them doing the swimming otherwise. So having a brand that's that iconic and been around forever, and then actually going after the right consumer base with the right messaging that'll make them talk about the brand. Huge success in terms of cross-platform, massive number of views, engagements, press alongside of it. So data is extremely important, but we can't forget about content, how important it is, and informing whether or not it becomes a viral moment.
And can you take a second, like you've mentioned that Watson API, why, this might be selfish, but why is that important, and what does that do that's different than what the marketplace has done previously?
Yeah, before the Watson API, we were purely demographic and contextual. So 18 to 34 male with an affinity for sports, and contextually saying these XYZ keywords. The psychographic piece was tapping into NLP, natural language processing, and determining ways to actually match what a brand is trying to get across with their voice and influencers that also fit that same archetype or personality trait, hence equaling better engagement and targeting influencers that actually can deliver your message much better than just hoping that someone with a 10 million follower account or channel can do it. No, find the people that have 500,000 but are highly targeted that fit the voice of your brand.
Thank you for that. And I would just add one more piece, and that is that if you look at Amazon, Google, Microsoft, IBM, those 4 or 5 competitors are spending a ton of money partnering with media companies. I grew up at Disney. I worked at Condé Nast. I worked at 2 startups in the media space. I am at a technology company that is working to solve problems in the space of that to help these companies monetize because of the richness of data that we never had. ABC, my last year at Disney, ABC created 40 shows, 40 pilots. Those 40 pilots got 6 shows on air. Those 6 shows hit air, only 2 were succeeded. So think about the batting average for that. And that's original content that has a ton of money behind it. Utopia on Fox a couple of years ago, $50 million. It failed after episode, 6 or 7? I was watching it, sorry. But here's where we're going. There's the original content that's super expensive. There's films, and then you have this digital video space. And all of a sudden now you have rich data that you can make it much more efficient to drive viewability. That's why we're sticking in this area. If you have data, you can make a lot more money on really targeted space. And I think that's, am I right? I mean, we not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cognitive business. I mean, that's. Yeah. I mean, we can't say the word. IBM artificial intelligence. That's the no-no word. But really, it is. When we walk into a room, it's the knowledge base that the data we're being provided is never been before seen, and how that can affect the results and the viewability.
And you talk about creating, pushing out these 40 pieces of content that ultimately end up being successful with 2. Some of the smart players in this space are doing that with individual. They're going back to these individual creators, looking at their audience through data, and then doing that with a couple hundred and seeing which ones transfer over to linear. That's smart. I think that's a really smart
Maybe
move.
like Awesomeness TV a little bit? See
Awesomeness
which one
TV
pops?
is one that is doing that, and others in the space are doing that have the ability to be able to transition those individual creators from their owned, whether it's their creator community across whomever, including YouTube, to linear or to whatever, you know, individual shows make sense for that creator, and the audience is built in. So they're just transferring that right over, and it's way, you know, the batting average is better.
Yeah.
And it's way less expensive to do that. Yeah.
Key targets.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go, I'm going to ask these guys one round of questions, one more, because to set up, and it's going to be a negative question, unfortunately, because I think that we always are looking for what's wrong and what's holding our industry back. So I'm going to hit you guys, and then we're going to go into questions. But Rich, what is missing? What is wrong right now with this space? I know we hit it a little piece earlier, but you know, if there's one thing that we have to do to speed up this business, what is the problem in doing that? Bottlenecks, whatever.
Yeah, so I don't think it's changed in 20 years. I think that the internet moves too slowly in most places. So cloud computing is wonderful, but if you can't access it on Wi-Fi when you're traveling across the country, what good is it to me? That's what I'd say. Page load time, video load time on most sites is awful.
So user experience, critical. Josh.
Thought I was going to say something else, but I would actually say it might be leadership for digital video and kind of, I think where we're talking about in similar spaces. I don't know that the success that was garnered in a lot of acquisitions or in a lot of these mergers has actually validated the business. And so I think for whatever reason, we're a little bit, maybe myself included, snarky about all of the partners that have done some of these things and the numbers and the inflated this. And you know, you see Disney take over Maker and everyone just sits, I think a lot of us go, what are they doing with this product? Or what were they doing when they acquired this, and what is the strategy? And until someone, a big media company, doesn't just acquire it but actually turns it into something more, I don't know that the leadership is there to understand digital native. I think they plug in a lot of their people or a lot of their systems and organizations, and it might not work because it was disruptive for being cheaper, shorter, you know, influencer driven, excuse me. So maybe we just need, you know, like a guild, right? Maybe there's like a producers type guild, an alliance of people that say, we're going to figure this out. It might take a little while. We're still pretty early. It's 10 years. But maybe that's the difference, is everyone looks at TV, figured it out after radio and et cetera. We just haven't had enough runway yet.
Mike, take a stab at that.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. I think I would agree. I think also kind of furthering that, a lot of these businesses, you know, they're looking at their network as a standalone business. They have people, they have engineers, they have support people. They're spending a lot of money. They're losing money. I mean, you know, behind the scenes, a lot of these businesses around networks of creators are not sustainable. So until the industry starts looking at as an individual business unit that is part of, this is their AVOD, this is the SVOD, this is, you know, whatever else they're working on individually around their creator community, and managing it in that way. I'm a little biased. We would help with that process, but ultimately that's an important part to a sustainable, healthy industry that continues to grow. There's more money coming in this space. There's no doubt about it. Everybody knows that. I mean, ultimately, this is going to continue to grow. You know, linear television and the associated decline in viewership is real. Is it going away completely? No, it's not. But digital is going to be a very important part. When Facebook comes online and monetization is stabilized and roaring on that platform, you're going to have two very big platforms making a lot of money for not only content creators, but businesses in the space. So I'm excited about that, but there is a fundamental business, you know, the management theory that needs to change around the industry right now and going forward.
Thank you. Ryan.
So to me, the success that would be partial success would be obviously more revenue in, more dollars into this industry. And what's held it back for many years is the talent model. The idea that XYZ influencers, creators are the only ones that can make content, and those are the ones you should spend, you know, $4 million on, and that should be your one person that represents your brand. Making it so that it's all based on data, and the individuals and channels are interchangeable based on the targeting parameters of an advertiser. I think that's the paradigm shift, programmatic social, if it ever comes to be into fruition. And that's going to be the change of the guard, and it's happening now where we're getting more dollars because we're not leading with PewDiePie, we're not leading with some individual. We're saying we can hit your audience at scale, and here is 100 influencers that fit demographically graphically, contextually, that's your best chance to deliver the message at scale to your audience.
Yeah, I want to go back to something, thank you for that, Ryan, but, you know, because it taps into something Josh was saying, and that's about leadership. We are all over the map as an industry, but certain things haven't changed. We're going faster, more content's out there than ever, and decisions have to be made about that content in a much more compressed life cycle. Is that true? Like very fast.
Yeah.
So what is the importance of like real-time content and real-time analytics and, you know, real-time decision-making? You know, I was surprised that nobody hit that. But I'm only surprised because we're all compressed. We're compressed for time. We're compressed for our clients, the ability to make decisions. I want to ask, now that I hit it in a way that is, to me, that's a huge challenge for us, and a lot of the underlying opportunities seem to be about finding ways to help customers make near real-time decisions or real-time. What am I missing? I'm just throwing that proposition out, and I'm looking at you guys.
Last thing, so for us, we have real-time A/B testing optimization. It has to happen for any campaign now. They don't want to see what happens 7 days later on a report. We provide that in a much more robust fashion, but to be able to make decisions on the fly, not just as it relates to the campaign, but we've had campaigns that are like, you know, the Paris attacks happen, or something that happens inflection point content-wise that turns what would be a great piece of content into something that's very not safe for work type moment because of the larger conversation happening around the world. So yeah, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I assume it's a lot of A/B testing and optimization. That's the key to being able to get additional incremental spend and also repeat business.
I think the bottleneck's at the holding companies in terms of serving stuff in real time, right? I mean, we can get content up in no time. That's our industry. We can literally go shoot it right now and get it live in 15 minutes. That's not an issue in terms of like breaking news or breaking entertainment. But if you're trying to sell that, that needs to be a whole process, and that's the challenge. And it always has been, I think. It's like I could go and pitch them on real-time marketing and real-time data, and all I point to is one Super Bowl moment for Oreo 5 years ago, and we still talk about it. Just like when we talk about branded content, you talk about BMW from 15 years ago, right? It's like, they made films. So it's like we all get it, but we really don't have enough of a case study or just enough, like literally to say, this is actually happening. You don't need a war room of people to say, go. You need to give us the green light. And I need to know that the green light is there so that the second a viral video comes in and we acquire it and I control the media inventory on it, I can super serve your ad to that and get you 50 million views. And I can tell you I've pitched it before, and I can tell you it's never happened because no one can give you the green light. They have to have a media buy with you. YouTube's part of the issue in getting that campaign live. There's really just too many steps that 3 days later, 72 hours later, you missed out on a viral moment. I mean, we acquired a video of a woman putting on Chewbacca mask, and the week after that, she's doing everything. She's on Ellen, and she's right. Kohl's is giving her free shit for life. Like, she's doing everything, but no one actually got in on the 150 million views that took place from her Facebook Live video that ended up obviously being just up over time. No one got in on that. And that's what I found most interesting is we own that asset. We can control it. Obviously, on Facebook, there is no ad being served to it in a pre-roll form. But wrapping a brand around that and creating conversation around that was a missed opportunity.
It's really interesting that you say that because when you think about how media, whether it's any one of us or bigger media companies, price things like breaking news, it's all ass backwards. Because it's, oh, I have a rainy day package. Right. And when I have too much inventory, when I have that big viral video, when I have that big breaking news story, you can get it for less. That's wrong, isn't it?
It is wrong. We would have charged an assload for that. No, I think being in front of that
right, and that's really
is the
hard.
most expensive real estate that you can have. And obviously in that 72-hour, first week, whatever you want to call it. But a lot of times it's just being a part of a conversation so that, yeah, she's breaking, maybe everyone's coming up with hashtags and they're doing it that way. But what about the asset itself, the original asset? What is happening with that? Where is Kohl's before they just offer her free stuff? Sure. And I think that's a missed opportunity.
All right, we have taken up some good time and opened up a couple of Pandora's boxes. Yeah, that's what I want to see. So I saw you first ask your question, and let's keep going. Right there, yes.
I have a question.
Cross-eye.
I hear a lot about Facebook and YouTube. Is Vimeo even something? Because I have a show I want to put someplace online. And everyone's like, just put it on YouTube and get traffic there. But I was thinking of doing it on Vimeo. Is Vimeo even a place that I've heard nothing about that other
Yeah.
YouTube. I don't know. Is that YouTube's competitor? I mean, what's
I mean,
that
I could.
video?
So, last metric I checked, and it's been a while. Vimeo in total does about 600 million views a month. I think I'm close. Like our community does over 1 billion. So these guys do billions. So it's in terms of scale, like where you're going to go. If your audience makes the most sense on Vimeo, because the quality is an important piece, because that's really Vimeo's game. But realize that the audience isn't going to be, the size that you're going to see, over 1 billion individual users.
I would say all of them.
Yeah,
unless you're
that's
worried
it.
about exclusivity
Exactly.
for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, you should do Vimeo, you should do Dailymotion, you should do YouTube, you should do Amazon.
And you should talk to some brands first. Go ahead, Doc.
Do you find that brand advertisers want exclusivity to one specific place, or they want it everywhere?
Again, I don't know the type of content, but if it's social video type content, I think you're making the right move and go on those platforms. If you're going to go on Watchable or something like that, it's an OTT. Then you're going to. It's a different conversation, and yeah.
Go right ahead.
This question is for Ryan. I'm on Instagram and I get a lot of emails about stuff like that. Oh, social influencers. I just ignore them because I'm like, I don't know. I feel like when someone calls me, I take them more seriously. So I don't know. How do you talk to social influencers?
Are you an influencer yourself?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just get those
So
Somebody's watching you.
Yeah. So we have an app. So it's kind of like a Soho House of social. We invite people to have large followings with high levels of engagement per platform. We push notify them with deals and have all the communications done through an app. All our competitors, and for 5 years, even before I was doing this manually, it was emails, calling, and texting, which really isn't scalable, and communication can get lost in doing campaigns. We can post on behalf. If you were on our platform, we can post on your behalf with a brand to double opt-in. So a lot of the things that you're referring to is all based on creating a personal relationship, but it's all based off of you knowing full transparency, what deals are available for you, how you can communicate best to deliver on the content for the video. We've made it all seamless because of those issues. People emailing you, spamming you for access.
Okay, I'll check out. It's an app, you said.
Yeah, it's called Influential.
That's right.
Well,
Just look at his bio, and there it is.
Yeah, and one more question. Are you targeted towards the social influencers or more towards the company? I mean,
So the agencies and brands employ us because they're the ones giving us the dollars, but ultimately we're a conduit to you and the other influencers to provide them as much deal flow as possible. 5 years ago, I was trying just to make rent doing this as an influencer myself. I have a whole backstory about being an influencer. I wish my friends and I could get more access to deal flow. So they created this technology to be able to help feed them. Now that they're making more than we are, they're making millions of dollars by themselves. But just being able to be a conduit between the two. So there's an easy way to communicate between brands, agencies, and influencers.
Bear with me, I got you, but the guy in the great hair. That's you.
Josh, since you use user-generated content, if Facebook is using Oculus to evolve into an immersive social media, do you have a counter-programming strategy for YouTube where you develop a critical mass of quality user-generated content for sharing via virtual reality headsets?
I think virtual reality is interesting. There was a question you asked earlier about, maybe we were talking about it outside, about parts of the industry that you're still uncertain about, and I think that's one of them, AR and VR, what our role is and why there's so much money being poured into it. I think we all agree it's cool, and it's a fun experience, but the content experience on it is still not where it needs to be. There are producers that are producing great stuff like Discovery, and you're underwater and all that, and roller coasters and stuff, but user-generated content is not something you see in these environments, and I think for us trying to tackle it, 360 makes more sense for us just from a video standpoint, because yes, we have a lot of fail videos and people doing pratfalls and jokes. There's also people doing extraordinary skills and talents and trick shots and all that. That stuff you can watch in 360 and VR all the time. So I think the platform speaks to more aspirational or more discovery style content, less comedy. I don't know that the comedy experience is there until like Kevin Hart does something, and then we're all like, all right, the comedy shows work in VR. But I think for now, it's going to have to be feel-good, immersive experience-based. And so in terms of us, if we're thinking about them as clients to license content, we're going to pivot and use a part of our acquisitions team to just focus on that type of content for those platforms.
Thank you.
I have two questions. So the influencer app, now does the client directly post the influencer's communities, or is that something that the influencer does, the app that you're talking about?
So the influencers give us access to their API token. So once there's a double opt-in, so here is the creative brief. Hershey's wants to work with you for Keep On Sucking, create a funny idea of you like fake pole vaulting in the park. That content's created and sent back to the brand agency to review. If they give notes or say yes, thumbs up, they both lock in, and we can lock it in for a predetermined scheduled time.
So I'm in politics, and my followers hate ads. What does a group like yours like actually integrate that in a different way, or is it like straight up look like an ad when it hits the community?
We call it.
Everybody hates ads. There's only one day out of the year when people like ads. Super Bowl.
Valid point. So we call it your choice, your voice. Take what the brand wants you to say, make it germane to your audience. So the best possible way to make it seem organic is what we mandate from the influencers and tell the brands. We're not going to simply just drop in a banner ad because it will perform horribly. But yes, try to make it as least addy as possible. Yeah.
More questions? Go ahead.
This is kind of betrays my age, this question, I'm afraid. But in terms of YouTube, I can't tell you a single ad that I've watched on it because 2 or 3 seconds in, as soon as I can click off it, I'm onto my
You opt out.
content. Why has that model of the ad content at the beginning of the video evolved, and do you see it remaining constant? Because obviously if I were halfway through a video or at some breaking point, it might be really annoying to get an ad, but I'm probably going to watch more of it. So I wonder, you know, if I were an advertiser, I wouldn't want to be buying ads at the start of YouTube videos because I just don't think people generally want to watch it.
No, it's a good question. Pre-roll, mid-roll, post-roll.
Oh, you guys got it.
Or
We all have the same answer,
longer
right?
opt-in.
Yeah, so the closer to the beginning of the video, the closer to the top of the page that your ad runs, the more people are going to see it. It's just math.
Yeah, what you're referring to on YouTube is TrueView, and that was introduced, that's a proprietary introduced by YouTube, really smart people. I mean, ultimately, the advertiser's not paying for, when you're skipping ad, the advertiser's not paying for that view. So the goal is engagement, right? So you're letting that, when you do let that ad go, there's data that shows that the engagement is extremely high. So the advertiser is actually getting really good money for that. In fact, that type of advertising format drove a vast majority of YouTube's revenue, advertising revenue, because it's, you know, preferred by the viewer and the engagement levels are higher by the advertiser.
And it helps this guy's clients develop better creative to keep you from moving, whether it's 15 seconds.
And now you're seeing it on other platforms, which I think is great. I mean, I think that skippable should be everywhere, you know.
Can you explain content claiming a little bit more?
Sure.
And what is claimable and what is not, and I don't know if it came late to the room.
Then we're going to all fight after that too, you know.
Content claiming is really your owned content within in the YouTube. We'll use YouTube as an example.
General, like YouTube
You've created the content. It's your original content. You own it, and ultimately that content is posted to your channel. Others are finding that content elsewhere or on your channel, and they're putting it up on their own channel. And they're putting it on their channel or elsewhere within YouTube. Ultimately, we're going to go out, find your content that you own, because we know you own it, and redirect the monetization from that individual that is monetizing your content back to us, and then we share that back with you. So we go out and find it.
Not embedding it like on a third-party site.
Yeah, not a
In this
third-party.
case,
This is YouTube.
They've ripped it, stolen it, and
Yeah.
put it on their YouTube channel.
Exactly.
They claim it, then they can start getting paid on it.
Right.
So if if someone takes it from my YouTube channel and puts it on their YouTube channel, then it's mine. I should get the money. However, a third party can actually embed it elsewhere, but the money still comes back to me.
Yeah, if you have it so that you're
Yeah.
allowing embeds on third-party sites, that's just taking the video player, and Mike can
making
speak
it
to this
more
better.
viral or
Yep.
getting more views.
That's correct.
That's exactly
but
right.
Still bringing the
Ad revenue into
monetization
you.
back.
Correct.
So
And
how, Josh, then does your company work with that structure then, I guess?
So Mike's doing it on a service for some of the largest media companies in the world. We're doing rights management on behalf of all the assets that we own. So you post a video, and let's just say it's a video of someone doing something amazing, right? We contact you, we strike a license agreement, we acquire all media rights. Now that might be a rev share that we do with you, so we're gonna benefit from licensing it to TV and licensing it to Mashable and Yahoo and AOL. We're gonna monetize this piece of content many different ways. As it pertains to YouTube, because that content is so rich and we've identified that it will trend or perform well, it's getting ripped and stolen by the thousands momentarily. Like, it is happening, and it is actually, from a content ID standpoint on YouTube, not really good at picking up user-generated content. It can identify a Rihanna song. It knows a Warner
Very good with
Brothers
music.
trailer
Very good
and
with
music.
Yeah.
But in terms of a great video of someone doing something, that's actually where a lot of manual process comes in on the back end of YouTube. And so we have a whole rights management team that's, I mean, it's data entry at the end of the day, but really opting in to make sure that's the asset that matches your asset. It's used in this context. Maybe sometimes it's just the whole asset being used. Sometimes it's someone trying to do commentary around it and making sure that we're monetizing it on your behalf.
There are individuals in the ecosystem that's all they do. They go out and find content, they post it, they're pirates, and they find that content and they monetize it and they just wait to get caught. And
they make a lot of money.
They make a lot of money
before they get caught.
Even in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Before it gets
Remember, the studios used to try to take all their content down. They'd find it and cease and desist. We're going to sue,
Yeah.
but you can't sue your way out of this. So now they're the way
Especially
that
at the
you just-
volume.
you
Yeah,
can
the
claim
volume's
it
so
and you
huge.
can make money off it
Yeah.
if somebody's using it. And let me give you an example. I'm glad you mentioned Rihanna, because any of you who are content creators, music is a particular challenge. So if you're creating content, watch your music. And it goes all the way from professional down to user generated. My daughter, she got one video hit on her little YouTube channel, but she had put, make it up, Britney Spears under as a music bed for 20 seconds. Well, guess what? It came along, the song was there, it was discovered, it was claimed. Her little video, she didn't get her dollar, it went to somebody else. So
You can't even
and that's
finish. You
scaled
can't
up.
even finish the upload process for your daughter. That scenario, it's actually being caught during the upload process, and then you have to either acknowledge it or you can't post the video. So that which is a very smart move, right? You're catching it even
Absolutely.
before it gets into the ecosystem. But everybody's probably heard of freebooting. Is everybody familiar with freebooting or what that is? So freebooting is essentially taking a video from YouTube, posting it onto Facebook. You don't own it, and ultimately running it through a massive social network and ultimately generating a lot of views. Right now it's not revenue, but a lot of views, and that's taking away from the views from that are obviously taking place on YouTube.
And the views are also building those individual brands.
Right.
And they are monetizing it in other ways.
Excellent point.
So if I
That's
post
right.
that, like if I'm a local radio station and I post a viral video and that gets 50 million views, there's plenty of people that just like that page on Facebook.
Yeah.
And they're going to sell that to advertisers later. They're absolutely going to convert every subscriber that they say is owned audience, sell it off. So we take a very firm stance against that, at least because we do have brands and we do have creators that we represent, and you're stealing market share from that.
And go back to the importance of creating first-party data. All this data now that used to be just off in Neverland now is all being tracked, right? So we're all trying to figure out ways to monetize whatever we are tracking, right? Whether big or little. More questions? Go right ahead.
Yes, it's for Brian. So I just wanted to clarify what you said about the demographics, and so so basically everything you do is based on data. So you take the concept that the advertiser's giving you and their demographic that they're looking for, and you plug it in, and it spits out 100 people, and then you give them all 100 people, and they take all 100 people, or?
Great question. Yeah, so we auto-aggregate the most mathematically, demographically relevant influencers. So let's say, it depends on the size. So $500,000 campaign, we give them 100 influencers, say pick any 50 of these 100, and it'll equate to what we call a unique in-demo impression guarantee contractually. 18 to 34 male at 15 million impressions at a CPM rate. And then we go thumbs up, thumbs down. They can look at their full breadth of demographics, psychographic, contextual relevance. We get so far down as DUIs, felonies, profanity being used. Really, the full. When you're picking out a quote-unquote brand ambassador, it's all being based off of these sort of different data points, and then they can choose thumbs up, thumbs down. Once they thumbs up, automatically push notify the influencer, say this brand wants to work with you. Here's your stock price. Here's the creative brief. Do you want to opt in or opt out? It's all an opt-in system. So we never make anyone do anything. It's just we match them accordingly based on their audience.
And how big is your, how many influencers are you representing?
About 10,000 have been allowed in to our app.
And from what, like all ages or?
We hit 13 to 49 at scale across pretty much every possible, from DIY moms to, like Gen Z musicians. I think in terms of skew, I think there's more people on, it's wherever the money is. So there's more money on Instagram. We have more Instagrammers. That's where a lot of dollars are being spent. So ours goes Instagram, Facebook, and then followed by, most recently, kind of knocking out for us, just our business, YouTube, is Snapchat. Snapchat's been the next kind of cool toy. So that's kind of taken the place of YouTube, at least in our hierarchy of dollars in.
We have 10 more minutes, and so let's get some more good questions in. I'll get you in a sec. I saw you in the back. Yes.
I own a animation production house here in town. We do a lot of digital stuff for a lot of big companies. It's about half original, half work for hire. I don't know how many tens, hundreds of millions of times our videos have been viewed. Are brands at all interested? So we don't have any social media presence ourselves because we either are being paid by big companies to do work that they need done, or we have sold our work to big companies and they give us money and we create it and they then own it. Are brands at all interested in connecting with folks like us that can produce content perhaps for them, but we ourselves are not influencers?
Shame on us, but that is a great question because absolutely, but who wants to answer that?
I can jump in. As it relates to us, so I'll jump in, then you guys, I'm sure you have some other stuff in terms of the rights. Yeah, so there is a weird paradigm shift also with Snapchat. So a lot of the people that get paid the most, like Shonduras has, I'm not sure his exact number of views right now, but there are people that have millions of views on average on Snapchat, and they're buying with us based on a guaranteed number of views or screenshots, whatever the engagement is. But a certain level of creativity, a certain level of content creation can sometimes be worth more than even the media itself. That's not our core competency. Ours is basically doing this at scale. But there'll definitely be advertisers that say, if you can bring us some tremendous type of content, almost as an agency yourself, you just have to figure out how to distribute it, whether it's through some of them or through influencers that we have. But yeah, there's definitely that's a huge part of our component. Is even with the data piece. How do we then make how do we emote? How do we get the emotional connection for the influencer from the influencer through great content concepts?
Yeah, this is a great question because brands like Coca-Cola, remember the polar bears? They've been trying to do their own content for many, many years, and they would have to go to the studios to try to get that content placed somewhere or pay to place it. Now with digital video and the ability to partner with so many, all you have to do is have some great content, right? And you can brand can be interspersed. You can do some great things. I got 5 minutes, guys. You can do some great things. To me, there's a tremendous opportunity here going forward because everybody's going sort of direct to consumer because the technology platforms will allow it.
I would say the brands also, their agencies have preferred vendors or preferred production companies, some of which they just bought outright and are now folded in to the larger ones. So they have someone, but if the campaign comes up, they will look at, here are 10 animation companies to help make this campaign both for digital and linear. And so that's where you want to be kind of right up front, is let them know at least that you exist, that this is the service you provide. It's still work for hire, you're still a production company, but they do seek out new partners all the time to work on projects.
I'm sorry, you said they being?
The ad agencies. The large holding companies have swallowed up a lot of these companies in years past where they went out and bought creative shops so that they had them for better margin in-house, but they still will. Strategy team comes up with something, creative team, they're all sitting there. Someone has to go make that physical product a lot of times.
Go back to Red Bull, Old Navy. There's a lot of companies that are out there in this space that have been, really trying to engage it. Right. Recently, GoPro has been trying to do some of their own content, right, as a brand. So I think you're going to see more because you can. I'm going to get to this, and then I'm going to get to you in the back.
I think this is a question for Rich, and I'm a little naive because perhaps I don't have the video good enough to draw that type of attention. But you talked about pre-rolls and high-impact banners. And how does that, can you describe the process of how that marriage comes about to to a video?
I'm not sure I understand your question, but
Well, I'm just- I know that there's a connection, and I have a feeling that it requires representation, like Jukin taking the rights and then applying advertising space, et cetera. Or is there another process that I'm not aware of?
now I got what you're saying. So we're content owners and publishers, and we monetize our own content. Now, some of that is curated content from other sources. Some of it's UGC. That was our model in the magazine days. That's where our recipes came from and where our, do-it-yourself tips came from. Video and high-impact banners came out of the move to programmatic, where running smaller banner ads became a bad business. So we took a look at how revenue was declining there and said, okay, we're not going to do this anymore. What are we going to do? And it forced us to do things like video and like native advertising. And, you talk to a old school editor and say, okay, now starting next week, you're going to be producing video. There's a little bit of an education process there. And over time, they realize, oh, it's just storytelling. And they get it. And we've gotten pretty good at it pretty quick.
The fact that every Wall Street Journal, and this is a sidebar, but the fact that every Wall Street Journal Wall Street Journal reporter 3 or 4 years ago was issued an iPhone to do a digital video, little 30-second video for a Wall Street Journal article tells you how important. If Wall Street Journal is doing video, everyone's doing content creation.
Yeah, we won't hire editors if they can't work in all media.
Very interesting. I had you in the back, sir, and you'll be the last question if it's good. If not, you mess with me.
So it was mentioned earlier that Facebook and YouTube are taking 83% of the market. What are some of their weaknesses that maybe a smaller or mid-sized type of companies in the future can take advantage of?
So I would offer up that one of their weaknesses is with customers. So if you have a product at parity and you have better customer service, then you can compete.
I mean, I would argue that they have that market share because that's where the viewers are. That's what counts. So they control it because they control a massive viewership through YouTube. And Facebook does as well. So as a content creator, if you're a content creator, I think you want to be, on the largest platforms available, period, and do everything you can to get your content discovered. In whatever genre or vertical you're focused on, that's an important part from a content creator standpoint, is getting your content discoverable on those massive platforms. Because the ones that do get discovered do very well.
Yeah, I would say neither one's better at content. Right. They're better at the way they maybe serve the content, and it's different.
Yeah.
But they became kind of de facto places because of the audience, the same way that Twitter can just unleash video. And here's how many users we have, and Amazon could do the same thing, right? We have the ability to enter the content space. There's no barrier to entry for them. It then becomes a creative discussion about how you serve it or what type of content you want to have.
Good question. You should be talking about that at cocktail hour. I think it's 5 or 6, depending on. Anyway, last question. If it's not, I'm cutting you off. Not good.
All right, so I'm noticing the trend with our show, though, that I'm getting more of an interest through Facebook, through Southeast Asia and East Asia over America. My likes and everything gone by thousands since I've started doing a campaign over there. Is that kind of data of interest to American branded companies, or how does that work? Would that be something they don't care about, or?
Depends on the brand.
Or in the world market overall, when it comes to advertising, getting likes and interest, because we're all focused on America, but there's a lot of other people at my point of view over on the
First of all, congratulations. You're getting
Absolutely.
activity, number one. Number two, the fact that you have the data and you know that, you can now focus on what advertisers are interested in that market and start having those conversations. But there are definitely international brands that are very much interested in that part of the world, for sure. So that's the beauty of this, right? You're a content creator, you're doing it in Southern California, and you're getting, I mean, we have creators getting, they're Americans getting constant, massive views in France. It's just like, why? There's a lot of, unknown reasons why, but it happens. So having that data is very important, and then leveraging it.
I would lean in if I were you.
Lean in all you
lean
can.
into that.
Yeah, start getting all over that.
Because
And the
80% of the views on YouTube are coming from outside the U.S. And we
Absolutely.
forget that pretty often.
That's right.
And it doesn't change the dynamics of our business other than a CPM. So I think, programmatically, we're still trying to think of content for the world and less for a U.S. facing audience.
And it really does go back to real-time analytics. If you can find that out faster, you can allocate your marketing budget, you can allocate, your spend. Some cases, if you can find it out before you do your shoots, right, you can actually cast differently.
Localize your content.
So-
You can
so-
localize the,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So this whole piece, I think we are just at the infantile state. I think we should continue this discussion over cocktails later on. I want to thank all of you for participating today, and thank you for good questions.
Right.
Good stuff.
Great.
Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to one of the more unique sessions you'll be at. I tend to do those panels with a little bit of different types of formats. My name is Steve Bradbury. I will further introduce myself in a few minutes. We've got 6 panelists. Hopefully we'll have a 7th making an appearance if Ali Greenwald comes. We are going to be talking about OVNs, or basically we're going to talk about OTT for the next hour or so. All the different ways you can consume content beyond the traditional ways, what Victor calls the new online video networks, which aren't necessarily so new anymore. So what I'm going to do is ask each panelist to introduce themselves for about 30 seconds. If you want to read more about them, you can go online. You can look in the bios in the material that you got handed out. So why don't we just start off? Bill, we'll start with you, even though we're not in the same order as what's up there.
No worries.
Go for it.
My name is Bill Masterson. I'm co-founder of a company by the name of Believe Entertainment Group. We're headquartered in New York. We specialize in partnering with A-list talent, everyone from LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Jennifer Lopez, Tiesto, and we produce original content, and we work with a number of different platforms like Time Inc., AOL, YouTube, to essentially syndicate and partner with them from a distribution standpoint, as well as work with brands to plug them into the shows that we produce.
AJ Vernette, I run sales and marketing for Zype, and essentially we're a direct-to-consumer end-to-end platform that allows you to upload content from anywhere and broadcast to everywhere. We specialize in OTT and kind of helping people monetize their content in multiple environments.
Hi, I'm Anthony Laser. I'm the North American Content VP for Dailymotion. Dailymotion is a video sharing site that's both UGC and premium content. It's based in Paris, but we're also located in New York, and I run our office here in Santa Monica.
Madam Goldstein, VP of Biz Development for Zephyr. We're a technology and data company, and we've created a signal around content on social platforms, particularly video content. So social video platforms like YouTube, and we identify and organize and activate that information for our client sets, which are both brands and content owners.
Scott Robson, I'm VP of Content Operations at Gracenote. We're the world's largest metadata company, essentially. So it's kind of a unique seat on the table here because these guys are all content creators, and I'm more of a content normalizer, if you will, helping these guys get distribution and eyeballs and money and all that sort of thing.
Hey everybody, I'm Larry LeBeau, and I'm the president of production at SXM. We're a digital production studio, and most of the original series or series that are brought to us to produce are produced as branded content pieces. We also partner, like several of the other panelists, with online networks, from traditional online networks, studio networks, television networks, to newer networks like Dailymotion or YouTube.
And again, I'm Steve Bradbury. I'm just in the process of soon to be launching a company called Deep Sports. So I'm not going to tell you a lot about it other than to say it's consider sports as a lifestyle as opposed to necessarily sports as just a game. I won't tell you anything else because I'd have to kill you all. But if you want, you're welcome to follow Deep Sports TV on Twitter and on Facebook. Feel free. By the way, before we get going, if you could just silence your phones or put them on Do Not Disturb or whatever, just so we don't get phones making all sorts of sounds here, that would be great. So what I do when I do these panels, I like to bring in a little bit of data, a couple of data points, not really for discussion, more just to kind of set the stage. So Global Web Index, you can sign up for this. You can get it free every day. It comes to my inbox. Every day they put a chart up some piece of data, some more useful, some not. This one actually is very interesting, showing that millennials are watching 4x as much online TV as boomers. So without worrying about the numbers if you can't read in the back, the blue pyramids are linear TV, and the kind of pinkish ones are online TV, and then you've got millennials to the left, Gen X in the middle, and baby boomers to the right. Oh, and Ali Greenwald has made an appearance. All right, thank you, Ali. It's glad to see you. You know each other, so it's okay. Anyway, so this is just an interesting snapshot of where consumption is going by different cohorts from younger to older. Not going to, again, engage in a lot of discussion around it, just wanted to show it. And the other one I'll show you is I've been looking around for research, and there isn't a lot about how is Twitter doing with the NFL. And of course, because I'm in a sports space now, I'm curious about it myself. So I found these numbers that don't necessarily mean a lot, but it does show there has been growth from week 1 to week 2, week 3. Week 1 is actually the second week of the NFL season. So that's weeks 2, 3, and 4 of the NFL season, and there was no Thursday night Twitter feed last week. The next one will be this Thursday because there's some contractual issues around that. But it just shows that it has grown, although I will note that in an article I saw, there were some rumors that advertisers were asking for some make good, so maybe the performance hasn't been as strong as it's been. I don't know if anybody have any other insights about how Twitter is doing with the NFL?
I think they're doing well because the NFL, there was an article that just said the NFL's viewership dropped off 15%.
Though I was at that New Lion Sports Conference that's down in Manhattan Beach a couple weeks ago, and they had a NFL exec that is just blaming. He was trying to blame the fact that some of the stars like Peyton Manning and what's his name, Romo's hurt, and that is leading for some. That's one of the reasons they're saying that numbers are down is a lack of stars right now, or at least big stars.
Or there weren't big marquee matchups yet in the season.
Yeah, that's another thing.
So there's probably many reasons and many more reasons why. And I think when we get to the end of the season, we'll have a better idea of how useful this was for the NFL, how useful it was for Twitter, and whether the NFL is just using Twitter as a kind of a test bed and then it'll go somewhere else next year, or they'll continue this relationship, remains to be seen. So before we get into the meat of the panel, I want to give Allie a chance to just introduce herself, give about 30 seconds of who you are so they have a context.
Yes, absolutely. Hi, everyone. My name is Allie Greenwald. I work on the BrandWorks team over at Fullscreen Media, where I oversee sales and brand strategy for our kid and toy, some of our auto, and gaming clients.
So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for being here. We're going to use a format that I started using earlier this year called Opportunity or Challenge. Okay, and it's actually very simple. What's going to happen is on the next screen, I'm going to put up a dozen words that are somehow related to this OTT, OVN world that we live in. Each panelist is going to, in turn, pick a word and speak to whether they believe that word represents an opportunity or a challenge or both in the space. We'll go at least one round all the way through. So there are 12 words up there. We'll get through at least 7. If we have time, we can do more. We'll do each one for about 5 or 6 minutes, get a few pieces of feedback from the panel, see if anybody in the room has anything you want to share. If you do decide you have something you want to contribute, the only request is don't get up and give a speech about who you are and what you're doing and what you're selling here. You can do that afterwards. Just get up and say your name and make your point in about 20 or 30 seconds. So this way more people can have a shot to speak, okay? So, opportunity or challenge. And by the way, the panelists have not seen this list until just now. They did have opportunity to kind of throw some ideas of which ones they wanted up there, but this is the first time they're actually taking a look at it. So there are 12 words up there, or 12 phrases up there that are related to this space. Are they opportunities, or are they challenges, or are they both? Okay? So I'll give them all about a half a second to look at it, give you all a second to look at it and see what you think. And Larry, since you're sitting there the closest, it's easier for you to see. I'm going to ask you to pick one first.
I'll choose brands, just because that's a lot of what SXM's business has been the past 9 years. And it's always been an opportunity, but I think as much as it will remain an opportunity, it has become more of a challenge, only because the distribution of where brands need to reach people has changed so much. There's so many different silos in which they can reach people now. I think for the kind of content that we do, with bigger budget, sort of premium content for digital, it's become harder to get the kind of budgets from brands that we're used to. And I think it's just a fact that brands need to reach people in more places than they have before.
So there's a number of you on the panel that have worked with brands. So do all of you think that do you agree with Larry that there's an opportunity, but are there more challenges? I mean, Bill, you do a lot of work with brands.
Yeah, I mean, I think the excuse me, the challenge, and really depending on who the audience is, the challenge for, I think, content creators is that today brands have more opportunities than they ever have on many different platforms. And so from a, content creator, I think the challenge for us has been, continuing to find, really premium content opportunities that consumers are going to want to care about. Because if you can create great content that consumers are going to watch and pass along, the eyeballs control the brand and the brand dollars. So I think it's a challenge, but I think that if you stay focused on sort of your core competencies, and one of our core competencies is partnering with, people that really influence and make a difference, whether it's Jennifer Lopez or LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, those things allow us to, I think, face the challenge head on and allow us to have, I wouldn't call it ease, but a little bit easier of a time talking with brands about content opportunities.
I think the barrier for entry into the OTT space in particular has gone way down. So brands like Marriott are becoming their own content creators. I'm working with most of the people on this panel. Mondelez, Dove, it goes out, I don't know if you know this, you can Google it. Dove has its own Roku channel that they're basically targeting moms. They're charging $5.99 a month, and they fill it up with animation. And in between all those little segments that their kids are watching, they're hitting you over the head with a personalized commercial, and then they're taking that data and they're going out and they're putting it up on your Facebook page. Like, that wasn't possible 4 or 5 years ago. And that's a licensing version, but people like Marriott, they're doing full-blown content films and going out and asking you to engage in a polite way, and they're reminding you that the brand is alive and kicking.
You raised something interesting that's been a trend. Mondelez is one, where these brands are setting up their own studios. And they're now making the deals directly. So does that cut you guys out as the middleman? Do you find that there's more brands doing things on their own?
I think it
legitimizes.
I think it legitimizes, and the days of old where you just had a creative agency giving you direction as a brand, giving you direction on what you should do, and then they'd produce it and then give it back to you, and then your media properties would actually, or your media agency would then flight those, whether they're 30-second spots. The brands are more taking control, and I think there's always going to be a certain amount of bandwidth that the brands can take on, even if they launch their own studios. And so for us, we look at it as nothing but more of a legitimizer for all the things that we've been doing for the past 9 years.
Anybody else have a sense
Yeah,
about
I mean,
that?
one of the partners that we like to work with in the U.S. Around, different event activations is Red Bull. Red Bull's really smart about content creation, and they ask a lot of questions about what they can do to optimize their channel on our platform. They're very communicative about what they're planning and as far as their slate in the months out, and they do a great mix of AVOD content and live stream content, and our demographic, what has traditionally been our demographic, which skews a little bit more towards male, younger male. There's a nice connection there. So I really like working with brands around some of their branded content, and at least in that context.
Ali, what's full screen? What's full screen's perspective on this?
Yeah, I think similarly to what AJ was saying a little earlier, I think there's challenge, but there's opportunity there, and I think especially as brands start to build out their own capabilities, there's still going to be a need for kind of like the adult in the room, so to speak, to kind of help guide that and to have experts in the space. I think something we try to do at Full Screen, because we do work with a lot of content creators, is help creators think like brands and help brands think like content creators, and then when you're marrying the two, definitely come at it from a place of, okay, here's what the brand wants, here's what the creator wants, but ultimately what does the audience want, and how do you kind of create a good balance between all three of those things? Because I think that if it's tilted too far in one direction, or too far towards what the brand wants, then maybe the audience isn't going to like it, and you kind of have to have a happy medium there across the board. So, but yeah, I think ultimately it's I see it as an opportunity, but not an opportunity that comes with challenges, so to say.
Got it. I want to get a couple of opinions from the audience, but let's just get a sense of who's in the room first. How many of you are content creators? Raise your hand. Okay. How many of you are brand people? Brands? Okay, we all want to talk to you later. How many of you are on the, let's say, on the business side versus on the creative side, doing deals as opposed to, okay? And how many of you are on the technology front? Okay. Legal side? Legal? Okay. Anybody feel not represented in that group? Okay. Or any group? Okay, good. So, has anybody had an experience either creating content for a brand or being a brand and working with a content creator? Anybody has had an experience about it that is either a positive experience or a negative experience, or one that they see is a trend to where this is going in the future? You all a little comatose from lunch? Yes.
I just will make a comment that I think that brands, they are getting a lot sharper, and they're trusting themselves. And they're like, rather than outsourcing a lot of this, both responsibility and creative, and even, media buys, I think that they are, up in their game, and that's been my experience. They're doing a lot more themselves. I think that's a trend.
Is that a good trend, that they're taking more control?
I
Don't know. Okay.
They've got a media platform, so I'm not sure. I'm hoping they'll
Okay.
use us.
Anybody else have a thought on this? We'll go on to the next topic. Okay. Scott, you want to give us one?
Sure. I'm going to go with discovery.
Discovery, okay. Is
Yeah.
discovery an opportunity or a challenge?
I think it's
Or both?
It's both, actually. I mean, well, from where I sit, it's an opportunity because what GraceNote does is help people discover content. I think it's a challenge for all of the rest of the people on the panel because they've got all this great stuff they're creating and they're trying to get it to surface in a lot of different places. What GraceNote is able to bring to the table is to sort of normalize and standardize the content, apply a basic set of metadata. It's what we've been doing for years for film studios, for TV networks. We work with all the major MVPDs. Now we're moving into the space on the digital side, and we're working with MCNs because we're hearing from our clients like a Comcast and a Cablevision and people like that they want the content that all these guys are creating. They just don't know how to get it into their world. And once they get it in there, they don't know how to track it or what to do with it. So they need that sort of traditional veneer layered over the top of this sort of non-traditional content so that they can get it in front of lots of different eyeballs. And I think that creates a huge opportunity for the people here to expand beyond YouTube, to find new audiences, to find new ways to monetize, and take advantage of different audiences that are sitting out there waiting to be tapped.
So it's been posited that all the rest of you are look at discovery as a challenge. Is that a fair statement?
I think he's on to something here. I think this metadata is like crucial. If you guys look at all the commercials Amazon and all these other platforms are rolling out, you always see them talking to a fictitious device called Alexa or Siri. Everything is moving towards keyword search. I know for us, we take metadata and discoverability super serious. So every time a show is created for like a client, Konami is one of our clients, we're creating something on average of like 1,000 data points, metadata pages that are going to be associated in order to increase their searchability. Because if you think about how typical online platforms have been, it's like you do a search, it pulls up the app. Well, what's happening inside the OTT environments in particular is like you type in skiing or Italy, and it's going to pull up individual pieces of content, and then it's going to start sorting it by an algorithm that it's deduced upon your own searchable habits on that platform, and then start pulling up apps and things like that. So it's key if you're going to be putting content out on these platforms that you are thinking about every possible association to that content in order to make it discoverable as you go into this new world. But that is an opportunity in itself because you can increase your eyeballs overnight.
I think at Fullscreen we definitely consider discovery to be a huge opportunity and something that we consider ourselves to be like masters of the universe at helping our clients conquer. I think, there's definitely so much you can do in terms of metadata and whatnot from an organic perspective, but then to complement that with a really strong paid strategy as well is I think tantamount to that success. So.
What's the one part about discovery that has one evolution or one notable change about discovery that's really made a difference in the last 2 or 3 years? I'm not talking about search, like say, or just social, but specifically, what's the one thing that's really in even the last year has really made a difference?
Sure. I mean, I think that the social media footprints, and to be very specific, when you're talking about working with major stars that have tens of millions of people following them across their social media footprint, really not up until the last 18 months has that really been prevalent in terms of really distributing original content. And I think that, the word influencers, which we'll probably get into at some point, these A-listers have been influencers their entire lives, and this is the reason why they're endorsement worthy. I think for us, one of the things we always do, one of the sort of check the boxes that we need to do when we're creating content and spending millions of dollars to do so, is making sure we're partnering with someone who's going to make a difference, not just to a demographic that's going to get a brand interested, but someone who's going to be able to really drive their own audiences. And some of these, A-list stars have become their own major media networks and distribution platforms on their own, with things like, Instagram, with things like Twitter, Facebook. And so, for us, that, sort of discovery process, while always a challenge, utilizing things like data, but, really getting to the core of sort of, 101, let's work with someone who really makes a difference, who has a massive audience that we can tap into literally from day one.
Do you all find that the social platforms are cooperating with you as content owners and helping you, or are they hindering you? Is Facebook being your friend or your foe? Is Twitter, Snapchat? I mean, pick any one of them you want. This is not to beat up on anyone, but just, in other words, it's so important, as you just mentioned, to get presence in Facebook for a piece of content. You're doing a piece of content, you're spending a lot of money on it, you're trying to get a presence in Facebook. Is Facebook making it easy for you, or they make it harder for you? When you look at your feed, your news feed, is it so jam-packed with so much stuff because you've got so many people, your friends, that there's just no way to parse through all of this? Are they, so I'm saying, are they being cooperative? Are they supporting what you're trying to do? Anybody, what do you think?
Yeah, I would say, look, platforms have their own agenda, and any content owner or creator or technology company has to look at a platform as what they are, and they're hopefully a partner, right? But like any partner has their own incentives and reasons for partnering with you. So I think there are things that these platforms have done to help. There are things that they've done to hurt. At the end of the day, you have to do what's going to be best for you and your content, and not. I think the biggest risk is when folks have become beholden to one particular platform, or the data that they've put into a platform is now locked inside that one platform. Because what we've seen, we're a data and tech company. More and more the walls around these platforms are going up. So it's very easy to put things in, contents, data, et cetera. Very hard to get them out, and almost impossible to move them to another platform, particularly in the form of data. So it's a risk, but there's no way around it. The eyeballs are there, and so when you go fishing, you go where the fish are, and it's hard to avoid.
So I'll take a little informal survey in the room here, and then I'll get to your question. Curious to know, what of the different social platforms, which one would you more likely look to get some information on some new piece of content? In other words, there's all these different platforms. So would it be Facebook? Would it be YouTube? Would you be going to Snapchat? Would you go to Twitter? Would you go to Instagram? Just a couple of you. Where would you go? Where's your instinct? Where would you go?
Twitter or YouTube.
Twitter or YouTube. Okay, just a couple of the people call out. Where would you go? Instagram. Okay. A couple other people. Where else would you go? Where would you go? Excuse me? YouTube first. Okay. Anybody else? Twitter. Okay. Anybody else? Interesting. It's a little kind of all over the place. And that's, I think, one of the challenges.
Doesn't it really depends on what specific type of information you're looking for, though? I think different platforms can
True.
be really tailored to different verticals.
To some degree, it does make a difference. Yet you still have choices to make.
Mm-hmm.
You're putting out a piece of content, Bill. You have to decide, where am I putting my resources?
Sure.
Am I doing 5 extra pieces of content and putting it on YouTube and pushing everybody there? Am I tweeting about it because there's some specific timely nature? Am I using Snapchat because I want to go that demographic? I mean, there are choices to be made, but still, it's a challenge because you can't afford to do all of them. This gentleman had a comment or question?
My question was, if I'm looking for a piece of content, and I'm thinking of Roku specifically, but I can pick a different platform. I'm wondering, do you guys think that metadata is going to get more aligned or more consolidated in terms of format. The reason I ask is, if I pick something like, I want to see Haley Duff's cooking show, or whatever. If I search on Roku right now, it'll only search the top 50 or so channels, but there's thousands of channels. But what that means to me is, who knows what sort of business deals are being done, but it means only 50 of those have perfectly aligned metadata that they can search to give me a result. And I can throw up a new Roku channel, but I don't necessarily know how to order my metadata to meet their requirements. And I'm just wondering if you see, is this a concern, getting that data for your video more aligned with everything else so that you can aid that discovery?
So basically the word standardization, which comes in and out of this conversation for years now. So let's ask the
I mean, that's what we're trying to help bring to the table, and because I think if everybody's working from the same structure, everybody's going to benefit from that. We hear it time and again from the customers that we're working with. Hey, I'd love to get that, Miranda Sings onto my platform, but I can't ingest it because it doesn't match up with the traditional metadata that we've got. And that's when we have conversations with various MCNs, those are sort of the points that we're trying to cover and that they're trying to come to agreement on is, what are those 6 or 8 elements that everybody needs to have checked so that it flows through the ecosystem. One of the things that GraceNote offers is, and not to turn this into an ad, I apologize, but we have this thing called the TMS ID, and for the film and TV industry, that's sort of like the lifeblood of the ecosystem. It's like a social security number for every single piece of content, every single piece of talent that's involved in that content. And with that number, that sort of Dewey Decimal System or whatever, you're able to find and track and follow and get paid and all those kinds of things.
So that goes a ways to what he was talking about.
Exactly.
That it only goes part of the way, and that therein lies the challenge, because as you said, if there are 1,000 channels on Roku and the search results give you the top 50, you may be missing something below it, and somebody's making a determination that those are the 50 you should see, when number 57 might be the one you really want to see. So that's inherently a challenge. All right, let's move on to the next one. Allie, do you want to pick one of these on the screen, or should I skip you and go on to the next one?
Sure, I can
Pick one.
choose.
Pick
Let's
one
see.
on the screen and tell us
Yeah.
if it's an opportunity or challenge.
Well, I guess I'd be doing the MCNs represented here a disservice if I didn't say influencers. So.
So influencers. Okay, so do influencers represent an opportunity or a challenge?
Ugh.
You picked it.
It's both. It's definitely both. I think one of the things that I always, not warn, but express to clients, especially new clients that we're working with, is that, at the end of the day, if you're working with an ad network and something breaks or something, turns off on the campaign for whatever reason, and an engineer can go into the system and fix it, and your campaign's back on. If your talent, who's an influencer, was maybe had a little bit too much to drink the night before, or did something irresponsible because they're, 22-year-old who's making a ton of money, and we try to keep them as professional as possible, but at the end of the day, everyone's only human. That's human error, and so there's always going to be situations. Or there always can be situations on any influencer campaign where someone's sick or something happens, or life gets in the way. And so I think there are inherent challenges in working with influencers. But as I mentioned earlier, that's one of the reasons why it's important to have the adult in the room, so to speak. When you're working with influencers in particular, and I think a lot of us have been doing it for so long that we really do consider ourselves experts in the space, and I think a lot of that comes down to how you handle those challenges. And I think those are the types of things that set the really good influencer marketing companies apart from maybe the newbies, or I don't know. I think we definitely feel as though there are new influencer marketing companies popping up every day, left and right, or ad agencies are now building out their own influencer marketing arm. And I think it's important to have a partner that you really trust and can turn to as an expert when going after an influencer marketing campaign in general. So.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I think is important around the influencer sort of world is an understanding that each different platform is its own medium, and trying to educate, whether it be a brand or whoever it may be, that what is working on Snapchat is not going to work on YouTube. What works on Instagram, even though Instagram is kind of like Snapchat now, may not work on Snapchat. But I think that crossover is one of the critical challenges right now. There's huge audiences on YouTube that are community-based, and the content's important, but it's really just a impetus to get a conversation going. And they've collected huge audiences on that platform. So then the challenge is, if you try and take that to another platform, can you bring that community over? I think we found, if you look at an example like Vessel, that's a lot harder than simply just having a 2-day window. You're looking at a lean forward platform with YouTube, with that a huge community is built up, and just having some of that content in a lean back environment with a 2-day window isn't enough to create a scale of audience. So those are some of the challenges you still face with influence, with having an influencer strategy.
I think defining what an influencer is one of the biggest challenges, because I think while UGC 5 years ago, 7 years ago, probably 5 to 7 years ago, was something brands wanted to stay far, far away from. You said UGC in a meeting with a brand, thank you, have a good things, thanks for letting us know you were here. And influencers have become, I think synonymous with YouTube stars, the Instagram crew, the Instagram girls. Yes, I think there are massive, massive success stories related to women on Instagram that are fashionistas and the youngest new sort of, influencing trends. The problem is, how do we cut that off, and how do we define who an influencer is? Is it defined by you have an audience of 5 million people in your channel following you? Why? Because you drank a bottle of Jack Daniels and you ate a dozen eggs with their shells on? No, it's the other side of it, which is, I'm a woman, I'm 18 years old, I went to FIT, I identify all these trends, and now the biggest buying institutions out there are looking at my posts to see how I'm influencing my audience who's following me for a specific reason other than nonsense.
Does anybody in this room consider themselves an influencer? Anybody, like a YouTube influencer? Anybody at all? Okay, so I'm going to ask the question that I was going to ask 2 ways. I'm going to ask it 1 way. So George Costanza, remember from Seinfeld, always talked about wanting to have hand, which is basically having leverage. Okay, so the simple question is, who's got hand? Does the influencer have the hand, or does the brand or the content creator, when you're looking to make a deal, who's got the leverage today, generally speaking? And I get that every one is going to be different. Every negotiation is different, but generally speaking, who's got more leverage, the influencer or the people who want to hire the influencer?
I would say the influencer.
Yeah,
I
me
mean,
too.
so many of the branded shows that we're able to sell, when you talk about it being an opportunity or a challenge with a brand, most of the opportunity that it comes easily is when you're able to attach the right influencer to a project to bring them on board. So for us, not only has that always been important, but it's also been important in terms of the brand having reach for the show or the project when you finish it. So that's a big part of their strategy, and a lot of it, even from having done campaigns for Samsung with Joseph Gordon-Levitt and James Franco, it's been equally as important for brands when we've done campaigns with just simply fashion influencers who don't have a name but have a huge online following on social media. So
even with the volume of influencers that are out there that Fullscreen has and others, you still say that influencers have more leverage?
Because they have to be loyal to their fans first and foremost, and if they sell out, they basically lose fans by the truckloads pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the challenges for a brand when engaging in an influencer is, how do you use them as a conduit to tell, let's say you're Jeep and you're doing a road trip story. How do you use them on Vine differently from Snapchat, from YouTube, from Facebook, from Twitter? They're all different mediums. You're creating a piece of content. One size does not fit all anymore. And if you're going to do an influencer campaign right, what you're doing is you're activating them on their most successful platforms, and you're figuring out how to get the same message out, but a slightly different version of it. It's actually a very interesting time for brands that can do that right, because they can focus and just make a huge splash.
Can I touch on something that both Bill and Larry brought up, actually, which is like, Bill, you said, how do you define influence?
Yeah.
Larry, you were saying that, the James Franco of the world, sometimes just as important as the fashionista. And I think what you're touching on is something we've thought about a lot, and it's really about, the reach is one thing, and that's, I think, how traditionally kind of influencer talents has been defined. How many followers do you have? How many eyeballs, et cetera. Something we've thought about a lot is we're one of those folks that popped up with an influencer marketing business kind of overnight. We bought a company about 2 years ago. We don't care at all about reach, or I'll say a little bit. It gives us a little bit of a signal of who we should keep an eye on, but it's engagement that we care about, and so we don't manage any talent. As you know, it's tough, right? There's ups and downs. We just track the data on all these folks. So we track data on almost 100,000 influencers across all social platforms, and we care about what actually happens when they upload something, publish something. Because Bill, to your point, how do you define influencer? I think by the definition of the word, it's when you're able to get someone to act, really move or do something. And so the way that we use that signal is shares, likes, comments, actual engagements on things. So I think just throw in there, I think it's an interesting point. And you really said it well, which is the influence of some of these stars that most of us, all of us would know, oftentimes, many times exceeds that of a James Franco.
Quick comment, and then we'll move on to the next one.
So I'm a casting director. I've actually cast something for Full Screen, and I specialized in the influencer world. I've done like 6 or 7 influencer-specific films. So it's kind of a generic question, but where do you see the influencers going in the next 5, 10 years? Honestly, do we see it's going to peak and then crash and burn, and some of them will be at the top? So just kind of generic.
I don't think it ever goes away. I think it continues to define itself and redefine itself. Influencers back in, early days.
Specifically more of like
the traditional YouTube stars and everything else.
15 to 25-year-olds.
I think there'll continue to be consolidation there because one of the things that I said earlier is you can have a great audience and huge audience and be recognized as an influencer, but you don't really have a reason to be influencing except for the fact that you have a huge audience. Other people that are becoming sort of experts, I think there'll be more of a turnaround of people becoming experts, whether it be sports, fashion, or whatever. I think that as it will start to sort of level out. I know everyone sort of went this way, from brands and agencies. We got to have influencer campaigns, and every single brand said, "Who's your influencers that are following you, and how are you leveraging social media?" It was pretty much the same thing everyone was saying, 5 or 7 years ago with search. How are we going to leverage that? So I think there'll be some normalization, but I don't think it ever goes away because the whole new distribution of media and the way people engage with social platforms are going to continue to push it forward.
All right, we're going to move on. Sir, what would you like?
Let's talk about monetization.
Oh, you want to make money? Okay. Is monetization an opportunity or a challenge?
I would say it is a challenge in this world, especially right now. So, couple macro trends. So, and I'll talk a little bit, I guess, about the brands come into this as well. But there's a couple different avenues to monetization in the digital video world. I guess advertising supported, brand dollars, get people actually to pay for content, subscription. Maybe a couple I'm missing there. You all can help me out, but. A couple of macro trends we've seen, just one example on YouTube, the supply of content has increased at a far faster rate than the demand for it from the advertiser ecosystem. So simple kind of supply-demand equation, and for every piece of content or view is worth less compared apples to apples. More than 70 or 80% of viewership on any given content is now outside of the United States. And the advertising ecosystems there are much less developed than places like US or UK, et cetera. So, the advertising ecosystem really hard. Brand dollars. We were talking earlier about brands. I'm very hopeful that's an opportunity. I think we all are because there's a shift happening. I think the shift has happened definitely slower than we'd all like. So I think slower than the data would tell you that it should, right? The 70 billion and going to TV and the whatever is about 1/10 of that going to digital video. And then subscription. And some subscription platforms have worked very well, like a Netflix. and there are many, many, many out there. You mentioned the Dove one. I had no idea that was there. I don't know how many subscribers they have, but I can't imagine it would last that long if it didn't have big brand dollars behind it. So I think it's a big challenge. I don't have an answer for it.
I would piggyback on that, and I agree with Adam, that one of the big challenges as far as getting brand dollars into the ecosystem is the fact that we don't have a common sort of metric. Linear, as flawed as it is, has Nielsen, and you know, it's easy for people to track film dollars from a week-to-week basis. One of the things that's difficult for us is what is a view on YouTube and what is a view on Dailymotion, and especially what is a view on Facebook, are vastly different things. And so it's interesting to look at what are the KPIs for a specific platform. You know, I've heard of some brands looking at Snapchat screen saves as a key metric for that platform. So it's so fractured. What are the KPIs from one platform to another? That I mean, maybe there are very savvy folks at brands that are saying, I need this from this specific thing from this platform and this specific thing. But a lot of times there's an education that goes on in some of those early conversations around what does a view really mean, or how do you judge engagement on your platform? So that becomes a challenge.
Well, just the fact that a view on one platform is 6 seconds and a view on another is 30 seconds.
Yeah.
In terms of counting as a view.
Well, not only that, but look at
itself.
Facebook. Facebook, 80% of those views, they don't even have audio turned on.
Yeah.
And so what does that mean? You know?
There was actually an article, I think published today in Adweek, that talked exactly about this, and how do you compare, that there needs to be standardization of what a view is across different platforms, which I thought was interesting. Because each platform considers it something completely different.
That's been a conversation
Yeah.
going on now for a number of years. So let's just go down the panel. You just want to make.
Oh, can I just make? I mean, I agree with everybody. It's a tumultuous time for monetization, but I do think there's like a glimmer of hope at the end of the rainbow that's about to happen, and we deal with it all day long. It's like, what's your strategy? What's your SVOD strategy? You know, I have customers that have like 3 or 4 different subscription models inside their apps. In terms of paywalls and what they're allowed to release. So do I release one video for you for 99 cents? Do I give you a whole app that you can binge watch 12 pieces of content for $4.99? Or do I give you for $8 a month or $80 a year and give you 2 months off the whole kit and caboodle? I have clients that are doing that. That exact setup is the Rebel Media House, if you guys want to know. You can go look at them. And then they sell the $250 director's package where you get a t-shirt and a hat. But
do they sell a lot of those?
They actually sold a lot of them, and I can't give you the numbers, but enough to pay for
the t-shirts and the hats.
over 1,000 units when they launched across OTT, and they're a pretty good, decent company. They're making real money. There's broadcasters like Anthony Camilla, who used to be up on Sirius Radio, who is literally doing a direct-to-consumer VOD play across every single platform we've talked about in here, and he is literally monetizing it at $6.99 a month, or I think it's $6.99 if you want your MP4 podcast, and $4.99 if you want to just stream it live. So like, that's the opportunity. But these people all had built-in audiences, and so I think there's a lot of wiggle room, and as technology gets better, you as a content seller or an influencer are going to be able to start playing around with this opportunity and then figure out the sweet spot for your brand, your content, that platform, and sell the hell out of it. I mean, that's the goal, right? We're all in the business of making money.
So we could spend the rest of the time just talking about monetization, but because I want to give everybody a shot. Anthony?
Yeah, let's go with programming.
Programming, why not?
Yeah, so one of the things that I think is pretty interesting about being in the industry we're in is, years ago, there was 3 television networks before cable. There was a few people that controlled what was on, what people were able to watch. And then obviously that became a bit more fractured with cable and those networks. And now we've gotten to a point where a lot of the platforms are programming algorithmically. So one of the things, for instance, for Daily Motion, a user comes onto our platform, if they're as soon as they start watching content, our algorithms pick up what type of content they're watching, in what vertical. Metadata becomes a huge part of it, and then suddenly they're being fed related videos and in different placements, related content to what they've already watched. Obviously, anyone who uses Netflix knows that is a very advanced algorithm that they're constantly tinkering with. So programming has become much more focused on the user, and if you do a lot of A/B testing, it's almost impossible to have a curation process that is as effective at driving engagement as algorithms are. And yet, we find now, in order to get major media companies and major partners to use our platform, they want more and more guaranteed promotion and guaranteed placement. And it's very key then to have, a programming strategy that is curated, where you can manipulate and weight specific partners. And so I think that's kind of an interesting, kind of almost a little bit of a backlash to the completely algorithmically focused MO that platforms like YouTube have always used. And so it's just an interesting challenge.
Do you think that it's an interesting point you made. I'll just open to the panel. Do you think that we are going to move away from algorithms to other methodologies of programming, or do you think that even though there are some maybe isolated trends, but algorithms are they'll just continually get refined, and that's the way we're going? You're nodding your head up and down?
I think yes. I mean, it's as a consumer and as a content, first as a consumer, I really appreciate the fact that I can now see things or have things recommended to me that are within my interest based on the algorithm. I'll talk to Netflix specifically. I've seen more things on Netflix than I would ever have seen on my own by going out and searching them due to with the help of their algorithm. And so, from a consumer standpoint, I think it's fantastic. It's been great. From a content creator and from a company perspective, that we're going out and creating this content and spending millions of dollars to create shows. There's just become a higher demand for more programming. So from a creator standpoint, we're happy about the state of programming. I think there's a massive opportunity. I think it's going to be driven by more consumers watching, whether they're watching on their phones, their connected device, their computer, their wall device. But the technology driving programming is actually a great thing, I think, overall for the consumer, and it's a great thing for creators.
And yet, one of the biggest complaints about YouTube is discoverability, right? Is like, how can I find it's just so much, how can I find what I really want to watch? So it's tough because, there's some of the best developers in the world working on that algorithm, and yet still one of the number one complaints, how can I discover what I want?
Quick comment here.
In the last century, there was always a big argument about how can a show stay on long enough to find an audience. So how is all of algorithms, how is all of this now playing out? Does it work in the favor of shows being so many that they can play longer so that they can find their audience, or they're just cycling through fast?
I would actually say it's really helping. Things like Breaking Bad, never on network, never found their audience, was really discoverability, pass along, word of mouth. It just became a massive success, and it just just grew and grew and grew and grew. Grew so much as they even did sub-series after it. And so I think that back in the days where you had a couple of major networks, this is even before cable, where you just hoped you had a great time slot and you hoped that someone was watching Barney Miller and you maybe got before or after. Fantastic. Nowadays I'm watching something on 30 for 30, and it's not just recommending 30 for 30 because I'm on ESPN, but it's recommending all sports documentaries because I watched 6 different 30 for 30. So I think it's only going to get better overall.
We've got just a few minutes left. Let's see if we can get through two more. Want to pick one, AJ?
What's the one, Larry? What's the one in the corner that I can't see?
Personalization, mobile.
Let's do personalization. Goes with strategy. You're just going to see a big trend with what YouTube did. You could like a video and you could stick it in your own little confines of a digital locker. We're seeing a lot of that. Personalization. Content creators custom curating just for you. Based upon what you watch, this goes into the algorithm play, we're able to ascertain you as a subscriber, all the different devices you logged in, what you watch. Netflix does this all the time. And then literally start recommending. That's going to increase consumption, which then increases revenue. In the OTT space, we have people that are creating custom curated digital lockers and then just selling them. Like, hey, here's 16 things I think you'd like. They'll be available for the next 45 days. Would you like to purchase them? I think that's going to help us as content folks if we're able to do that instead of just trying to shove in a one-size-fits-all model.
Does the concept of a digital locker appeal to people in the room here? Do you like the idea of somebody giving you...
Think about a mom who has a kid and the ability to save all the animation, the Finding Nemos. I have a 2-year-old, so like those things are gold.
I mean, it's a form of another form of curation. Does that seem appealing to you? Would you like to have more content curated for you, or do you like the discovery process on your own? Excuse me? Good question. Okay. Is there a good answer? Mike, you have a, what do you think, Mike?
I don't know that there's a single answer for that. I think it's both. I think we're all both. We want, there are times when you go and you want to check out a news feed or you want to find out about a specific topic, and then discoverability happens through recommendations and the algorithm, and it all sort of cycles together. It's one, so I think it's great, but I don't think it's ever going to be one or the other. It's going to be an ecosystem where they all play together.
Yes.
I think the idea of a content locker is pretty interesting to think about because it's been adapted so many different ways throughout history. Like if you look at countries that might not be fully connected to the internet, for instance, China, Russia, Ukraine, they have hard drives or USB drives that have full curated content from the black market, obviously. But it's the same content.
Minor detail.
So, yeah. Or on the corner end of the city, same thing. Guy's got a mixed CD with a whole bunch of stuff that he curated for you. So that kind of concept, it's been expressed all over history. I'm interested to see kind of what you were saying about going the future of content lockers and maybe work with influencers and stuff like that. Where are the opportunities for the future and where do you see it going? Content lockers.
Anybody want to take a, where do you see the future of content lockers? AJ, you brought it up.
It's your idea, sir.
You got stuck with it.
You own it now.
Okay, so imagine a world where, let's say you're an independent film buff, all right? You could go out and resell me as a user over and over and over again a new content locker. So whereas Netflix is charging you $9 a month to get unlimited use of everything that we license, what if, once again, we're all on the premise of making money, we custom curated something special for you each month and I got you to resubscribe or repay or buy something different. And I got all that through the algorithm that told me, you've just watched the same skiing video 100 times. I think you might want to watch these movies. They're perfect for you. Rent them, buy them, subscribe to them. So those are, I think, where it's going to go as we're all starting to develop what's our strategy against these different platforms and where people are moving towards this, I want my content from any device, TV everywhere kind of style. And I just want to log on, I want to have my infrastructure, and I want it to act just like Netflix. But it's not going to be Netflix anymore. It's going to be Fullscreen, it's going to be Zephyr, it's going to be Dailymotion, it's going to be Believe Entertainment, and Zip's going to be powering it all.
I do have to ask. And Google's going to buy them all, right?
Exactly.
I do have to ask the one question. Is there a Big Brother component to this that is kind of the dark side of it? There's a few little gasps in the room there, little groans. Is there a too much information is known about my preferences and my tastes and my interests and my desires and all that? Or just not an issue, I just like, I'll sell off that for the convenience?
I don't know if people care about that as much
Yeah, certainly younger generations
like,
don't care about that at all.
Like below about 35 or so, I don't think it even enters into the mindset anymore.
Yeah.
So.
privacy standpoint, I think it does. I mean, if you have a Netflix account and you have your 16-year-old daughter, your wife, and you're working on it, I mean, do you want to see what your 16-year-old daughter is watching? Probably. From a privacy standpoint, there's probably some pitfalls on it. You know, I know a lot of kids don't want their parents to be policing them.
Well, as a parent with a minor, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But as two adults, maybe not. There's a couple people who raised their hands here. Yes.
Yeah, just sort of a little bit of a follow-up question. Algorithms and personalization and Big Brother. Where do you guys see algorithms changing or not changing to be able to get to the sort of under 13 crowd that by law right now you can't really market to, yet there's an increasing amount of content that is on the web that is directly made for them, high quality, appropriate content for them. Do you guys have any thoughts or?
Having created animated series and having gone through the gauntlet with COPA, there are certain things that you really have to keep in mind. I mean, brands are prohibited from marketing to minors defined as below 13. However, if you look at the data, whether they want to share it or not, you look at something like YouTube and the amount of searches that are happening daily from kids from 5 years old. At 5 years old, these kids are actually probably more savvy than a lot of their parents, and they're basically just searching tons and tons of content, and they're out there seeing it. So, however, of those searches, it's hard for let's just talk about YouTube. It's hard for them to identify who that is. So I'm searching it, and someone searches NFL or Finding Nemo, and ironically, the new Finding Nemo movie's out, but there's an ad that goes in front of it. I mean, from the COPA standpoint, that's not allowed. But from a data standpoint, there's no way unless it's a specific subscriber sign-in, there's no way for them to really police it.
And even if there is, right, the kids are on the parents' accounts. So
Yeah.
that's where data and algorithms break down, and it's the whole, one of our entire theses of why we exist is using content as the signal. So not to plug too much, but I mean, we contextually target advertising against content, against actual videos and the content in those videos, so that we can avoid things like that, like who's the actual user, who signed in on the device. Those are all real problems.
So a couple other comments. Anybody else have a comment they want to say? Yes.
I have a question. Do millennials really like the personalization? Because I kind of feel like, to me, it seems like they like discovering things through their social networks, and kind of like that's their way.
So back to millennials wanting discovery versus having something given to them ahead of time.
I can chime in on that. Also, not to plug us too much either, but just a good example, I think, would be our full screen app, which is you can get it on Apple TV, you can get it on just your mobile device, but it's specifically targeted to millennials, and the discovery that we've built out for it is kind of funny. It really uses the millennial lingo to help you find content. So I have time to binge, or I have time to snack. You click that, and then I want to watch something that's dark AF, which is total millennial speak right there. But it uses those kinds of ways to help you find content, and they love it. It's doing really well. So.
LOL.
WTF.
Something that's targeted based on your search inquiry and so on. You think you want this because it was research, right? How much of a factor is that when it's moving forward, especially as it becomes more ability to identify who the user is, which is someone on your laptop, right? So pretty soon there'll be the ability for every one of your companies to sell me specifically, knowing that I'm sitting there on the computer exactly what the product that I want to see. Is that what's going on?
Yes. Yes, the kind of in-stream advertising you see nowadays is incredibly primitive. We're at a very, very early part of that process where, if you want to talk about personalization, I think more than any other part to our platform, we're trying to target advertising. I mean, for Daily Motion personally, when we were acquired by Vivendi last year, one of the first things they decided to do was invest in building our own SSP that we could control. We could have a control of an ad, what we call an ad controller,
And then we have demand that would be handled through that, where we have Facebook, Google, as well as our own proprietary SSP handling an exchange, which would, if you have premium partners, we're partners with Fullscreen, for instance, NBC Universal, CBS, that you can make sure that premium advertising is targeted towards those premium partners, whereas if you had some more UGC style content, for instance, from a partner like Jukin, that advertisers that aren't as comfortable running in-stream advertising against that content would be able to be targeted. And then that's just what the advertisers want. What users want, obviously, where you're talking about right now, having a 30-second ad before a 2-minute video is absurd. And having that not targeted to the user is very primitive. What we're going to start doing is not only seeing more skippable advertising, but taking steps to make the skipping process to alleviate the amount of skipping. So you're actually starting to target that user based off cookies that they've picked up or whatever, however the technology evolves, so that the ads that are running against that are specifically targeted for those preferences. So I think that's, yes, that where we are right now from a programmatic advertising standpoint is extremely primitive.
So,
what's that? Exactly. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah. So I will just say in close that there have been scenarios where I've seen, and not on Dailymotion, actually it was on YouTube, where a 1-minute piece of content followed a 2.5-minute movie trailer, which, talk about doesn't make sense, really doesn't make any sense. Unfortunately, I've been told that we have to wrap up now. So what I wanted to say is this, and I've said this before, but I think it's especially true now, and that is, you take get a smart group of people like we have on this panel, and you guys as well, and we come back and do this in about 3 or 4 months, the conversation is going to be pretty different, because things keep on changing, things keep on evolving, and that's what's so fascinating about this business. So please join me in thanking our panel, and thank you for being here, and follow Deep Sports if you'd like. To see you again soon.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. So, welcome to our panel. This is the Financing and Business Development Panel for AR and VR. My name is Joe Michaels, and I'm your moderator, and I'm very excited. Hello, camera. Very excited to have you all here today to hear from a terrific panel of people. We have a couple of scratches on the program, so some of the people who are listed in the program you won't see, but we have an incredible group of people who are here, and can't wait to get started. The way that we're going to work the panel is straightforward. We'll do a few introductions, and I'll fire a bunch of questions at these folks and put them on the hot seat. And we'll try to leave some time at the end for question and answer in case you all have some burning questions. I hope you'll be thinking of some good ones for a group this talented and experienced. So my name's Joe Michaels. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer of Axon VR. If you haven't heard of us, we're a pretty quiet company providing realistic haptics. We say that we are virtual reality you can feel. If you're interested in haptics, I'd love to talk to you after the panel. I'm going to ask the person right next to me, Mike, to introduce himself briefly and tell you sort of where he fits into the VR and AR world.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Mike Hildebrandt. I run corporate development and strategic partnerships for Dacry. Dacry is a AR technology company, so we're solely focused in the AR space. We have two core technology paths that we develop around. That's display technologies and computer vision. We work to productize those technologies, first with our first hardware, which will be available in mass on November 1st, the Dacry Smart Helmet, which is focused towards the enterprise and use cases for solving process problems and other industrial use cases. We've got also a heads-up display that we focus on large OEM car manufacturers. And it's our second product line, which is in over 200,000 Jaguar Land Rovers. Currently, it's an entirely holographic display, and I think the future of display technology. So something we're very excited about and excited to have productized already.
So hello, everyone. I'm Kayvon Paimani. I'm a venture capitalist. So I guess I'm the investor on the panel for now. We look after the interest of large corporations. So we help manage and run the corporate venture function for several large companies. And feel free, we can connect afterwards, and I'll be happy to tell you more about that. We're pretty excited about what's happening in VR and AR in particular, and then the kind of content space as well as the industrial side and use cases that we're seeing emerge. So happy to dive into all of those things. And I come from the operator universe.
Hi, I'm Jake Carlson. I'm with Manat Digital. Manat Digital is a division of Manat, Phelps & Phillips, which is a leading national law firm. They started our group about 3 years ago to address needs of their clients and kind of a gap in the marketplace. So we do digital strategy, which is messaging and positioning, go-to-market strategies, monetization, customer acquisition. We also do M&A, so we do pre-transaction target identification, due diligence, and post-transaction integration. We also do business development work, so target identification, again, putting people in touch with the right players for strategic partnerships or investment. And our kind of one of the nice things about our practices, our legal and our consulting groups are integrated. So, we're kind of a one-stop shop for, your full needs. We focus in the Manat digital space on digital media and frontier technology. So, we have clients that run the gamut from startups to the big studios and everywhere in between.
Excellent. So I'm sure if you all have been reading the news, you've been seeing the headlines over the past week or so. They keep getting better and better and bigger and fluffier and frothier. And last week, Citibank released a report talking about a $1 trillion market within the next number of decades. That's a T. And then on a smaller scale, but not any less interesting, there was a great headline from the Hollywood Reporter this week that said, 2 major film directors, I think they said Spielberg and Inarritu, are they think VR is actually going to make money, as if that's news, and in a way it is. So there's a ton of activity. Maybe we're out over our skis a little bit because there's maybe more hype than actual business being done at the moment. But let's sort of start with that. What are you guys seeing in the market right now in terms of financing? What kinds of deals are getting done? Is it more AR, more VR? Anyone just tell us what you're seeing on the ground.
Yeah, well, from a content standpoint, actually our firm just represented Sony in one of the first VR slate deals for content. Reality One, which is Jay Pritzker's company, has invested in a whole VR slate of content with Sony, which is really exciting because that kind of legitimizes VR and where it's going. We're seeing an influx of cash from a number of different players globally, and we really think that this is, we're very bullish on the market. I think we need to see adoption of the hardware, but content's going to drive that. So seeing the money come in for content production is great.
Yeah, I'd broaden it out. I mean, we're seeing investments pretty much across the gamut, from industrial use cases to content-driven use cases. It's no secret. It's well over $1 billion just this year alone. A lot of the investments are, it's still pretty early days in both sides of the VR AR side, and we tend to talk about it in one breath as VR AR. And I think that over time, that's probably going to be true, that it's really going to be this kind of mixed reality universe. A lot of the investments we're looking at tend to be either hardware plays that are looking for content, or content studios trying to figure out how to approach this new kind of immersive medium, and then the gamut that runs in between them. So when you look at the taxonomies of it, there are several sectors getting funded. The long and short of it is that every sector of VR and AR right now is getting funding, and it is a very, very hot sector because of that.
Yeah, I would just add on to that. I think VR hardware is easier, which is what allows the content to be more mature in that space. The hardware for AR is much more difficult to pull off. Takes longer development times. It's going to take an evolution of technologies, and I think the content will follow. Personally, the reason DAQRI is focused on the enterprise is because the type of content you need to have a successful AR device on a factory floor is different than what you need for a consumer. Mm-hmm. And as a result, I think the funding sort of looks that way. We don't see a lot of funding paths for AR content, but we do for AR technologies, core technologies that'll make that market more realistic.
What about AR content? Would you agree? I mean, Mike and DAQRI are very industrial-focused areas right now. What about, are you seeing any AR content? I mean, Pokemon Go is the big, kind of AR content spear, a tip of the spear. Is there anything else that you all are seeing out there?
Yeah, we're seeing, particularly in the game sector, there are companies that kind of skirt the AR line. I mean, you can actually argue that Pokemon Go is much more a location-based entertainment tool than anything else. But no, I agree with Mike. I mean, AR looks to be the sector that's going to have the most interesting long-term impact in terms of all of the various industry sectors that are going to be able to use AR in really interesting ways, from augmented surgeries to interesting pathways during industrial manufacturing processes. And so we are looking at that space very closely, but that is a very hard problem, right? Whenever you're overlaying the not real against the real, you have to solve a lot of issues that you don't have to solve when you put on the dark glasses and are transported into a world that you've completely created. However, VR obviously still has some of the same issues it's had over the last couple of years around things like motion sickness and others that are getting better. The net is that they're both pretty early on, right? It's we're seeing experiments in the AR content side really from the standpoint of things like navigation, some like game uses, some light industrial uses, but it really is companies like Daiquiri and Meta and HoloLens and all these other guys that are getting much deeper into that.
The one caveat I think I would throw on there is education. I think I've seen a lot of good AR for education.
I agree.
I don't know that there's a clear path to monetizing that, but I do think that it has an inherent value. A lot of what we do at Daiquiri is work inspections or training. That is just another form of education. It's another form of transferring knowledge from an individual to another. So I do think that when you look at the classroom, the ability for AR to speed learning up or challenge people in different ways is pretty interesting.
I think the digital health space is also an interesting area. You know, you were seeing some funding in that area, but again, I think there's a long-term play here. It's not stuff that's in the market right now, but you know, companies that are developing really interesting tech that could have a lot of use cases down the road. So.
I'm amazed we said AR and no one mentioned Magic Leap. That's one of those, you know, kind of mysteries of the universe right now. Does anyone have any knowledge they want to share about where Magic Leap is at the moment?
If you did, could you?
Probably not.
It's very cool. How's that?
I think it's great for the industry in one aspect. It's also dangerous in another. You know, if they never come to market with product, it's a lot of money burnt on something that is a great theory. And so I think as an industry, you have to be worried about that. You don't want to repeat a VR boy and what happened to the VR industry. But at the same time, I think, you know, as an industry, we all root for them to be successful because failure for them is a worse outcome for everybody than success.
Are they too big to fail?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Let's talk about geography for a minute. We're in LA, really the sort of the locus of I would say VR and AR investment in a way. But you've got a lot of money coming from China. You have a lot of money coming from the Bay Area and even Seattle, where I'm from. So I'm curious, where is the money flowing from that you're seeing, and what are some of the benefits or disadvantages of getting money from one place over another right now?
I mean, we're definitely seeing a lot of activity from China, and there are pros and cons with that. You know, pros being there's a lot of money there, and I think there's a lot of interest because just the scale from China's standpoint is incredible. So they're already doing a lot of stuff over there that's already in the market. But the cons, you know, there are risks with taking Chinese money, you know, in terms of how that cash flow happens. And what the overall goals are of the Chinese company versus the receiving company. So, but we have seen a lot of activity, and hopefully it'll keep continuing.
I would just I agree with that sentiment. I think there's a lot of money coming from China, but I've seen New York pop up recently. More so, I think they're starting to take VC a little bit differently.
In what way?
I think they're being more aggressive, right? There's more money being put into kind of traditional VC funds that are looking for earlier stage companies. I think there's more development happening now in the New York area and the East Coast than there was in the past, and that's helping kind of fund that. I wouldn't say that it's overwhelming the market in any way, but certainly it's more than it was, 5 years ago, 6 years ago when Daiquiri started.
Someone made an interesting point to me about China. There was a woman I met here at this conference in the spring, and we've stayed in touch, and she said China really is ahead in many ways, and in other ways it's not. In other words, it's ahead in the usage. If you read about the way China is using VR, they're less likely to use it in their homes. They're less likely to be to be sort of sitting around a couch with their friends and that kind of thing. But they're very likely to be out in cafes using the internet, which is morphing into VR. And so they're certainly way ahead in terms of bringing VR into the public sphere and social usage in public spaces. but if you look at sort of the key innovations, they're all coming out, most I would say are coming out of the US and to an extent maybe Taiwan, but it's just fascinating that, that you can have a whole region that's so far ahead in terms of how it's being applied, the technology, versus another region like the West, which is really farther ahead in terms of funding and innovation and imagining what's possible. Would you agree or disagree? I mean, that's maybe a provocative statement.
I think we don't know enough about what's happening in that market globally, right? It's certainly it's true that the brand names that are going after VR are outside of that territory. But in terms of the R&D that's happening through the university systems and through other parts of that ecosystem, I don't think that we, on the kind of more consumer side of VR, AR, and mixed reality, have enough insight into that kind of pipeline. The other comment I would make is that this goes back to kind of your comment of funding. It's VR and AR are very research intense kind of things, right? It's different than the app economy that kind of has preceded it. And so by its very essence, you just need large pools of capital that are exploring how to do this. And so it's not a surprise that we're seeing the global brands like the Samsungs of the world diving into it, because they have vertical ecosystems that can benefit from actually developing the hardware and the contents and all of the other kind of tool sets that go along with it. Whereas in Silicon Valley, they're more able to pick off bits and pieces of that supply chain, to use that kind of terminology, and fund it in a way that is not as funded in other territories. So I think that comment is much more to do with the way in which technology development happens in the U.S., with the caveat that I can vividly remember 3 or 4 years ago where it seemed like every week I was running across a Chinese company with 100 million users I've never heard of, right? That no one's ever heard of, not just we've never heard of. That was never been in media. That's been stealth until they got to that size. So I would never say that there isn't some incredible VR hardware company being developed in China. I would just say we probably don't know that it is.
Yes, I think there's a great opportunity for information sharing between China and the U.S., considering how far ahead they in many ways they really are. I'm hopeful that something that we'll see in later 2016, early 2017 is more of an information flow on that. Let's talk for a minute about while we're on the topic of financing, VCs versus strategic investors. We have someone on the Touchdown Ventures, side who really focuses on strategic investing, and we have others who are more maybe directly involved with venture capital. Can anyone sort of talk about where is money coming from these days? Is it VC? Is it strategic? Obviously, it's both. But what are sort of the benefits and disadvantages of going with one or both of those parties for funding?
I guess I can talk about the strategic side. I mean, the reason that I am at Touchdown, the reason that we do what we do is there's a pretty amazing ability for large companies to add actual scale to a startup if they partner in the right way. And right way means if they're able to actually be first client, for market penetrator, layer IP on top of it, do something from a partnership and biz dev standpoint that gives some strategic advantage to this startup vis-a-vis its other partners. And so I have a very strong feeling that when you think about what the corporate side of the venture capital universe does well, they do it well when that part of the statement is true, when they're actually strategic as an investor. The venture capital side of it, I mean, venture capital is a game of power laws, right? It's really a business of finding that one unique thing that's going to make all of the returns of your fund. And so the lens at which you use when you're talking about venture capitalists, the pure lens is what is the actual financial impact going to be in the long run? What are the potential exits going to be? What are the pathways to success that this company has that don't rely on the strategic investor coming through with whatever it is that the business development side happens?
Let's go with that first point you made about strategic investors and how some do it the right way and some maybe don't. Any examples you can think about good strategic investment? Yeah.
Well, I mean, when you think about what Sapphire Ventures has done, I would say that their returns are on par with any investor in the world. And they do a pretty remarkable job of looking at the kinds of investments that the SAP universe could actually push, right? Comcast Ventures I'd put up there, which a nod to my two co-founders who founded Touchdown. Certainly Disney has done it in times with their accelerator and companies like Sphero. Intel has done it as well. Like there are several corporations out there that have strategic venture arms that have great financial returns. It's not strategic to lose money. You do have to have an eye to that, but are also able to somehow rally the mothership on behalf of this startup and make that partnership actually bear some fruit. So there are examples of that, but admittedly, last year alone there were 85 new ones that sprung up. There's well over 1,200 of them that exist now. Arguably, there weren't 1,200 seasoned venture capital teams out there. So I think there is a bit of a gap of understanding how to put a real venture capital process against that side of the business. Venture capitalists do actually have skills, right? And they do actually look at deals in a specific way. And it's important for corporate venture capitalists to be as diligent as their counterparts in the industrial side.
Does Daiquiri have experience with raising VC and or strategic capital? I'm curious what your experience with that is.
Yeah, we do. We've been blessed to be funded by a family office here in Southern California, and so we've had the advantage of not having to go to market repeatedly. And benchmarking ourselves along the way. It's given us the freedom to develop, to make acquisitions, to have capital at our fingertips to do things. We get approached by strategics all the time. Our customers are very interested in what we do. There's a lot of advantages to partnering with a company at the stage where we're at, where we have hardware that's usable and can be scaled. So there's I think value in that. We look at strategic partnerships from a wide range of varieties. They don't always involve investment, but they most certainly involve that kind of exclusivity in return for access to scale, right? And that's the value that we look for when we identify a partner.
Just out of curiosity, could we have a raise of hands of people in the audience that have raised funding before? Anyone else who plans to raise funding potentially in the future? Wow, that is okay. So that's a common activity out there, which is a good thing. Okay, and then hold in your mind some of the questions you may have, for these folks about their experiences. I really hope they can help. But I want to talk for a minute about projects. So how stuff that's getting funded. When I was consulting earlier this year, and I would go to companies and say, "Hey, let me help you with business development," and I said, "How do your projects get funded?" This is VR and AR content projects. Everyone kind of looked at each other like, "We're not really sure. We're not really sure how we get things funded right now." There's sort of deficit financing you can do. There's you can brand integrations in the content. You can look for content exclusives, rare sort of exclusives. I'm just kind of curious, what are you seeing in terms of how projects get funded right now and get off the ground?
It's the same answers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's you just went through this, so maybe you could highlight some of that.
Sure, yeah. So, from a content standpoint, it kind of runs the gamut, depending on what the property or the team is and what they're looking to do. We have a client who's a major producer, creator, who's made some of the most incredible characters in print and movie history, and looking to enter the VR space. And a lot of the people that we've spoken with are interested in maybe like a headset manufacturer or somebody that needs content for their platform and are willing to put the money up front for the production and then do a rev split after that. Obviously, branded content and sponsored content. There's a lot of promo material coming out of the studios in support of films and things like that. I think the new John Wick VR experiences can be pretty sweet. But that's all short-term monetization efforts for the content creators. I think in the long term, there's going to be more focus on non-endemic brands and sponsors who are going to get involved in funding some of these activities in reaching a certain demographic or a certain type of experience that helps promote who they are. But yeah, for content, you get creative. I mean, like any good producer, you're going to find where the money is, and whatever it takes to get your project off the ground, you're going to find a way to do it.
Yeah, I will say, by and large, it's true that if you're a content-focused company, you're not getting venture capital, institutional venture capital dollars, right? It's institutional venture capitalists tend to look for platforms and technologies that they understand that will scale, and content businesses tend to be very individualistic, meaning it's the writer, director, producer, whatever team it is that's putting that together. So if you are a content business, your primary sources of funding are not going to come from institutional venture capital. They may come from strategic venture capital, right? There are studios and networks and newspapers and a whole host of companies that have content and IP and brands and characters that are looking for new places to exploit those characters or new audiences to approach. And so there is a universe where your project is interesting enough to strategic that they might want to be a part of it. But it's as hard getting money from that side of the business as it is getting it from the film or TV network side of the business, right? So it's you have to have something unique if you're a content play.
And yet, some of the announcements this week and in recent months have been of new studios popping up and attracting some investment. Baobab Studios, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, just announced a big round. The virtual reality company did a big round. So I know that some studios are able to convince investors that they have something special, whether it's the talent or some kind of thesis about how their content
That's
works.
actually a good point. It's so there is a caveat around what stage you're talking about, right? So at the earlier stages, you may have a venture capitalist with the capital VC institutional side take a flyer on the team that's in front of them, right? And you know, guys like Baobab that have people from Google and DreamWorks and Yahoo and engineers and other things, they may look at that and say, you know what, it is a studio, but it's got an incredible tech team. If anyone can figure it out, it must be these guys, right? And so you will find those kinds of pockets. It is individual, it is round specific, but there are going to be very few of these content studio models that attract large institutional venture.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would add to that is the hardware makers themselves have to develop ecosystems.
Yeah.
And so they've got to put capital up to get people to contribute to that. And so you see what HTC is doing, you see what Valve is doing, you see what Oculus is doing. They're funding people to put content into their ecosystem in hopes that you'll buy their hardware.
Just for those who don't know, can you just sketch out super briefly what those companies are offering?
I mean, the one I'm closest to is the Valve has put up $100 million fund up to generate content for Steam and to be ported to the HTC Vive, which is, you know, Valve's technology to begin with. So it's, you know, HTC is matched, I think it's slightly smaller, their incubation fund, and I think I just saw Oculus announce a similar sized fund for content, around $100 million. But, you know, ecosystems are expensive, right? And to get lots of people to adopt your new platform, which doesn't have any users and any clear path for monetization, like, you've got to kind of buy good content makers at the beginning. And so that's really your opportunity is to steal that kind of OEM money and incubate yourself that way, and then maybe prove a model.
Did you say steal? We'll just look past that. Okay, cool. What does success look like right now? You were early in VR. We're early in AR. We haven't had a chance to mature all that much. Is success tons and tons of profit yet? Is it more, you know, learning on the other side, which doesn't have a lot of enterprise value, let's say? You know, where are we? We're eyeball attraction? Where are we in terms of defining success for kind of VR and AR at this early stage?
I think it really depends on which sector you're looking at. I mean, in some sectors, success is, does it work, right? Did it actually do what you wanted it to do? We're early enough, though, that all answers are true, right? I mean, success, it's certainly not, did it make a lot of money, right? No one's looking at VR and AR and judging it by its profitability, right? It's not a we're not there. There's not the transaction base. There's not the user base. So it's certainly true that we're not in that part of the ecosystem, or at least that part of the curve of adoption. But when we look at it from our standpoint, you know, we're looking at, is the team credible? Did the product they build do what they hope it's going to do? Are there early signs that there's a there for the kind of content and or experience that they're developing? A year, 2, 5 years from now, very different metrics. But for right now, it's too early to even go that too deep into it.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say, how many growth rounds have you seen from an AR or VR company, right? There's not a lot of people out there showing significant revenue. I think for us, the metric is revenue. Like, we've got a product launching in 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, and it's about how much of that product can we drive, that adoption of that product, and are we delivering enough ROI, right? If we're delivering enough ROI, scale will come. Scale will come quickly if you do, particularly in the enterprise. So we feel really confident that we're maybe at that inflection point or right about,
Awesome.
at least in industrial or enterprise. There's dollars there for sure to buy these types of solutions. Is the product working? How quickly can you mobilize the teams around it and integrate it into your enterprise? And I think you'll see enterprise adopt AR first. And you'll see those hardware pieces that deliver real value. Really, is I think the kind of the first movers, or the first time when you can look at growth and revenue.
I actually definitely agree with that, right? Particularly from the revenue standpoint. I do actually think that, we'll all be using some form of AR-ish things on these, right? And there'll be more and more and more and more apps that have us point this thing at the real world and do something. But in terms of where the real dollars will come from in the early days, yeah, enterprise is definitely where we're looking at as well.
Yeah, and I think the adoption point, I mean, looking at, okay, you've got the big players right now, or from a hardware standpoint, you got HTC, you got Oculus, and you've got the Sony PlayStation VR. PlayStation VR is just being released this month. It'll be really interesting to see what their adoption numbers are out of the gate, because the price points are so different. And if you can get people buying into your system because they already have a PS4 or the new PS4 Pro or whatever they're calling it, and then even if you buy the whole ecosystem together with the headset and the thing, it's still cheaper than buying a HTC plus a computer that can run it. So if PlayStation gets a big influx of people that are using their platform, it's going to make content creators want to create stuff for their platform to better monetize their content. So it's going to be interesting to see where this goes. And I know there are different experiences in terms of the quality of content between the three platforms, but I think over the long run that'll even out. And I think Sony's got a unique opportunity here to kind of be a first mover in terms of adoption. So.
Yeah, I expect them to do quite well. Yeah, there's a pretty nice map of the people who would want to do it and the people who already have the installed PlayStation 4. It's interesting because in some ways, when Blu-ray came out, right, and the decision was, do I go spend $1,000 on a Blu-ray player, or do I spend $399 on a PlayStation 3 that plays a Blu-ray? In some ways, we're in that zone again, where rather than spending $2,000, $3,000 for an HTC, which is pretty awesome and can do all the things that at least are at the cutting edge of VR for right now, I've already spent the money on my PC, right, the PS4, and now maybe I'll spend $400 on the VR. I think that equation works, but it'll have this really interesting effect where location-based systems are going to become in demand, right? In the same way that movie theaters are the best experience you can have in movies, I fully expect that there will be that kind of location-based entertainment model in VR as well, where we will go somewhere to have the peak best kind of experience in VR, at least for a little while, right? Because of the cost differences.
Yep.
Yeah.
One of the things that's so exciting about that is you can introduce consumers to VR in a way that's very low risk and shows them all that's new and exciting about it. And then when it filters down, to a price point that the consumer can afford, you've got lots of people who've tried it. I'm kind of fascinated by the choices that VR and AR companies have to make right now, given sort of the range of configurations. And I hope this isn't getting too down into the weeds, but I mean, you've got some users who want to sit and do seated VR. You've got some users who want to do mobile VR on the go.
Mhm.
You've got some users that want room scale VR, and and so you need different equipment for tracking room scale VR. It's almost hard, I would imagine, to figure out who your audience is, and is this going through the minds of people who are working on AR products and AR VR and AR products and content?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yes.
Definitely. Yeah, it's look, it's akin to when I was looking at mobile when I was at Warner. It's you design it for the thing that you think will have the largest audience for what you want that audience to experience, right? And so, most people don't think about it, but yes, there's one iPhone operating system, and yes, there's Android, but Android is hundreds of devices in various configurations. So it's kind of an analogous problem where you don't just release one game, you release 50 versions of the game if you're trying to blanket the entire market. So we're definitely at that stage where if you are going to create a VR experience or AR experience, you kind of have to choose which segment you go after and what you want them to do. And some of the companies are going to be able to go to least common denominator platforms, right? Some of the companies are going to say, you know what, if the system doesn't have the handholds and haptic feedback, we just don't want to be on it because it's not core to the experience we're creating. So it's going to be different.
Excellent. I'm glad you made the haptic point.
Yeah, I love haptic.
That's great. Okay, excellent. So let's talk about revenue in VR and AR right now. You've got a few models that boy, if you want to find great research, I suppose you can talk to some of the folks up here. You can also look at DigiCapital. I love the research they're coming out with right now.
Okay.
And they mention revenue models like hardware sales, ad spend, in-app purchases, subscriptions, and premium apps. And I just wonder if you're seeing greater success in any of these areas over others, or are there new ones we're not thinking about? What are if you were out right now, where would you be sort of placing your bets to try to squeeze money out of this new market?
I think transaction-based is tough right now unless you're a really good game. Games are the one thing right now that transaction-based the model works, where people pay some sort of a premium for the content. But I think that's unique for gaming itself, and at this juncture.
Yeah, I would also say that we're kind of at the stage where a VR or AR experience is additive to a quote core experience, whatever that might be. So if you're a Hollywood studio and you create a VR experience, you're hoping people go see the movie.
Oh,
right?
so like.
And you're hoping people will download the other products that are associated with it. So I think we're still at the expansion of world stage for the transactional model, more than we are in the app economy stage of it. Right? There's not enough places to go buy it, and not enough people who have the thing to buy it with, to really think about that model yet. The one place I do see it is in hardware. Right? It's when a Caterpillar or a giant oil company buys 400 headsets. That's a pretty nice revenue windfall for that hardware manufacturer. But the reality there is it costs a lot to get there. Right? It costs a lot of R&D and a lot of effort and a lot of sales cycles to get to that place. So it's not about profitability, but the revenue, sure, I think is there.
Yeah, I mean, it's some of the reason that we're focused on enterprise, right? Is the buying paradigms are based on return of investment versus the actual cost of the hardware, right? We're not trying to make a consumer happy. We're trying to remove 4 hours from a 50-hour process. Over time, that is going to more than pay for the cost of the hardware. So we can charge a premium for the hardware, which allows us to do the things that you need to do in AR now, right? You've got to have the best-in-class computer vision. You've got to use expensive processing. You've got to have custom waveguides and different optic patterns that are not cheap and not easy to build. So taking in that cost, it's like early cell phones. Like the first cell phones you saw was a guy on an oil rig with a huge bucket next to him with a phone on it.
That's right.
It's we see it playing out the same way, much in the way that mobile played out, right?
Yeah.
That's how you start it, and eventually those technologies will mature and miniaturize, and they'll be consumer.
Now there is one caveat that says that the adoption path of VR hardware might mean that the transaction basis in VR is going to accelerate quickly. right? So in other words, until there was an iPhone, there was no app economy. Then there was an iPhone, and there were 100,000 apps, right? So there is a faster to scale version for exactly the reasons Mike's talking about. Like it's a very hard problem to solve in AR. I can create kind of a VR fishing game and sell 1 million copies of that and make money, right? So we will see that the next couple of years are probably going to be dominated by those kinds of novelty experiences.
Okay, and I can add that at Axon VR, where I've been beginning to work on deals for the last 6 months, my original vision was that we would try to put a product under every Christmas tree and Hanukkah bush, within a year or two, and get every consumer using it. And it became very clear the cruelty, the viciousness of the consumer ecosystem. The
cruelty.
Yes, when I say I just mean that it's difficult to survive. You need to have a large enough base of users that developers want to make content for it. And in order for developers to want to make content for it, that they need to see the users, and you have to bring your price point so low that a mass of consumers will purchase these things. So we're opting to sort of not go the consumer route in the short term for those very reasons. I found that fascinating over the last few months. And enterprise is going to be our focus because it's easier right now.
Yeah, it's hard though, right? The sales cycles are longer.
Yeah, that's the one difference.
Yeah.
So let's talk for a minute about exclusives. So that's one thing that we haven't seen the vicious wars, play themselves out between the platforms to the degree that, one might expect, where Oculus is outspending, HTC or Valve, and Sony. Although it's beginning to happen, you're beginning to see some of these exclusives. How does that help or hurt, the consumers and the players involved? What do you think of all this?
Well, I mean, it's analogous to the Sony, PlayStation, and Microsoft Xbox situation. Each one has its exclusive properties that, drives those hardware sales. It's yet to be determined what that content is going to be that's going to
the killer
blow
app.
up enough. Yeah, the killer experience that everyone needs to have this device, because if you don't, then you're missing out on the best VR experience out there. But I mean, they're deploying a lot of capital. I mean, I know Oculus has their new $250 million content investment strategy, and that's a lot of money. So I would expect that you could see some bidding wars in the relative near future if it's the right content, if it's the right team producing that, somebody that has experience, that you're going to be able to make something premium enough that is going to have an ROI for you from a hardware sales standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, my perspective is to the extent that the exclusivities drive the creation of a killer app that drives the adoption of the ecosystem, I think that's healthy. The question is there enough money being spent quickly enough to have enough exclusives, right? So the early indications are yes, right? The early indications are there'll be well over $1 billion in content created, or at least funds that will fund content. It's just, the thing none of us can predict is how quickly is it going to be true that most of us have a VR headset that we're going to pop onto our faces, and we'll want to do that consistently.
Yeah, I mean, you even have to question, does anybody know yet, because of the state of hardware, how long, you can watch TV forever, right? How long can you stay in a VR world, right? How does that create a paradox with content? How do you create content for that world when you don't know what the resting time is to experience it, right? I think that's, the killer app thing is still elusive for that reason. We don't know enough about the hardware yet.
Well, the other side is there just has to be a lot of content, because no one wants to do one thing over and over and over again, right? So it's there are a lot of issues tied into this, but your issue is a real one. Like, what is the effect of living in a VR space on our psychology? That's kind of an untapped research area, and for that reason, you'll have guys like Oculus that won't target kids at all, right? Because there's just very little known yet about what that does. But yeah, there's a really interesting thing to think about from a social standpoint, which is if it was true that there were people out there that would live in the MMORPGs, the kind of World of Warcraft games, to the exclusion of their real lives, or live in Second Life to the exclusion of their real lives, I can guarantee you there will be people that will live in VR in exclusion to their real lives, right? So that means that there are going to be issues that we're going to have to contend with as a society around VR as it becomes more ubiquitous.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I'd say it's that, some sort of game content or something that's serialized. I think we haven't hit that serialized content piece yet in VR. And that's, I think, going to really drive, usage and, monetization there. So.
But I will say, like, with that said, the promise of what VR and AR can bring to us as a global group of humans is pretty amazing. The advancements that it could give us in terms of being able to do things like surgeries better, to be safer on oil rigs, to create much better products, to have experiences that are enabling people to travel to other worlds from their homes, to have classrooms talk about the construction of the Eiffel Tower and watch it being built. I mean, it kind of blows your mind in terms of the endless types of things that are possible in that landscape once you get a lot of creative people who have that in mind creating. But it doesn't take away the fact that every great beneficial technology has a dark side as well.
You just described why all these good people gave up their Tuesday afternoon to come listen to us, because we all believe those things. And so I know, I loved when you're saying that, we don't know how long someone can spend in VR. I feel like I'm a one-man study on how many hours a day someone can look down at their phone. And my family of 4, we all do. So if that bodes well, maybe for our tolerance for VR.
Yeah. Arguably, if it's good enough, forever.
Yeah. Right. I wouldn't. Yeah. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm not saying it's happening. And so let's talk for a minute about where this goes. Exits. Consolidation. Like you've got a lot of companies raising money, a lot of good things beginning to happen. Is there going to be, part of this question, I suppose, is a bubble question. Is there going to be sort of a relaxation of the hype and the expansion? Is there going to be consolidation? Must there be, with so many platforms coming up? Are companies going to try to stick it out and be independent for the next decade, or are they going to try to sell, like Palmer Luckey did to Facebook? Just what do you think is sort of the coming wave of exits for companies?
Yes to all those. So I'll give you the venture capitalist answer. There will be, without question, large exits in the near term because companies are going to try and catch up to other companies. There will certainly be consolidation from the standpoint of hardware, or at the very least contraction in the standpoint of some aspects of hardware. But on the flip side, there will be all kinds of expansion in new ways to experience those either VR or AR things, right? It's just too early to say what's going to happen, other than to say that all of those things are going to be true. I think we'll have the wave of disillusionment that happens where people say, oh, this is another hyped up thing, and then you'll see valuations drop, you'll see the bigger guys get bigger, and then you'll realize that there actually is a there in VR, and lots of investment will come back into it with some targeted executions. It'll be like any technology wave. With the one caveat that says, because hopefully we're a little bit smarter, having seen mobile adoption, having seen the internet, having seen a bunch of different waves before it, as a venture community, we'll know when the right time is to invest or not invest. But I guess that's the game of venture capital.
Yeah, from our perspective, look, we've Daiquiri ourselves have done a handful of acquisitions already. I think there's a lot of great technologists out there that it's really hard to survive on without platforms that exist. And being a company that had the ability to acquire these teams and give these folks homes and a platform to build into made a lot of sense, and was a great way for us to acquire talent. I think we're on the verge of that. If you look at every major tech company, they all have AR and VR as part of their growth strategies. So that just signals that at some point they're going to be making acquisitions, or they're going to be looking to jump over each other with whatever tech they can get their hands on. I mean, just if you look at Apple's acquisitions, right, for example, around AR,
that's right.
they've never released an AR product, but they've bought a handful of companies that all signal that they're working on AR. So I think when you know that those guys are in the space and they're investing heavily, I think you can reasonably expect that that there will be opportunities for consolidation in the market in the fairly near future. I'm not saying that we're going to jump into it next year, early next year. There's a lot of room for people to build in hardware and software in the space, but those guys they're watching for sure.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I think the entire industry is looking after is the kind of unsexy stuff. Like, what are the standards going to be in this thing, right? How are people going to contribute into the ecosystem without having to create an entire vertical ecosystem, right? Because the more that happens, I actually do have concerns that if it doesn't do the things that every other technology has done before, so I'm not that concerned. But if it doesn't go down the path where there are common standards that are cross-platform, there are tool sets that enable us to create the content more efficiently, there are people that have experience in terms of the psychological impacts and others. If those things don't happen, which again, I'm pretty sure there will, you could argue that there's going to be a talent dearth. Right? So if we live in a world now where it's easier than ever to start a startup, that necessarily means that there will be more companies than there should be. Right? In other words, anyone who's smart and has a team and ambition will want to start the company. And not everyone should start the company. And frankly, as an ecosystem, in fact, I think that diffusion of the best talent across a lot of companies does one of two things. It creates a lot of great little companies and not enough big companies to make the ecosystem survive. But you know what? We've ridden this wave many times, and we've seen technologies get adopted and transform and standards be developed. So I actually don't have any fear that that's not going to happen.
One hopes that we've learned lessons through former waves, but we never seem to. So I'm curious if anyone has any questions. Let's hear a few. Yes, so in the back, please.
really thinking about how this affects narrative, but it seems as like me pitching my 3VR, my 1AR, and my Snapchat movies to someone seems as untouchable as me pitching my like gangster film to Paramount. So I'm just wondering, it is a Wild West. I think it's for storytellers, it's the most exciting thing to happen to storytelling since like the advent of movies to begin with. But it feels so elusive. Is there any insight on how to like bridge that gap, or do you guys have to fill out more submission forms?
Well, so let me answer one part of it. Right, we're actually still in the place for VR and AR where it's not true that it's all about the content, right? Because it's right. We're still at the place where putting it on and being in an open field is really cool, right? So if you're in that space, the drive of the industry to tell really great narrative stories isn't quite there, except from our industry, the entertainment industry, right? So if I put my entertainment hat on, that's all we think about, right? We think about what's going to be the narrative story, what is the user, in our case, audience going to experience. But when you talk about the broader ecosystem of investment that's happening in AR and VR, the reason it's not there is because we're still at that stage where it's kind of like the Lumiere brothers projecting onto a wall and the trains coming through, and that was so amazing, right? Like we're still at that place where like these little tiny things are blowing our minds, let alone really deep immersive stories.
I'll give you another more modern analogy. Do you remember when you first saw HD television? And you just like sat on the couch with your family and watched like anthills and dolphins, and it was like, oh, this is wonderful.
Remember Planet Earth?
Right, and then quickly, that kind of subsided, and we said, all right, so now show us sports and tell us stories and do all the great things in HD. And so I think we're coming out. Hopefully, we're coming out of that phase of just being mystified and mesmerized. And so I hope you won't have to fill out too many more submission
Can
forms.
I give you a better answer for you as a content creator, though?
Yes.
You need, if you really want to be a storyteller in VR and AR, you have to figure out why that medium is the place to tell that story. You have to figure out what is it about it that when an audience member steps into your world and your narrative, it has to be told there, as opposed to sitting and watching a 3D or 2D screen. If you can solve that, which by the way is an incredibly hard problem, then at some point in the not too distant future, you will be a very sought after person, right? Because that is the hardest part to solve in the content side.
If I might contribute to this conversation, I work for a company called WorldBiz.
Sure.
And we've been doing content for enterprise for 10 years. Content is hard for me to scale. I sell solutions, right? The cameras, the HMDs, everything. Somebody needs to say, I'm doing a PTSD study and I need to go and have this art that does this. So I have to go and fund that. I have to get that done, whether it's internally or something else. So whether it's a VC or if it's somebody who's going to pay that bill. There's a great wealth of people who need that content created, and they're story owners, and there are things you can go and do. So if you can find a match,
So there's a market.
Yeah, that's
There's-
a
someone
really
needs
good
to
point,
make the
right?
market.
So like VCs are going to look for scale points. They're going to say, oh, if you could sell 5,000 cameras instead of 2,000 cameras, you'll do better, right? And so it's why it naturally goes to platforms and tools and technologies. But if you're a studio with really great characters, you're thinking about where those characters can live that are relevant to audiences. And so if you go to those same places, right, to your analogy, if you go to the people who have need for storytellers and pitch them a way to tell your story, or their story really, in this new world, I think that is the first version of what's going to work. I think it would be very hard to tell completely original IP in this space for a little while, just because there's just not enough users. So if you've raised $1 million and you create the first VR movie experience, you might have people that watch it out of novelty, but there's just not enough audience there. But if you were to, put Mickey Mouse in a VR, or even better, like if you put Princess Aurora in a place where my daughter can strap in and talk to her for an hour, I'll buy that, right? Like there's no question I'll pay for that. So like if you're thinking about like as a content creator, what could I do to get myself in and experiment and do stuff, we're still there where the brands need help. And if you have credibility in that space, I think you could do well.
So we'll get to some of the other questions in a second. Please hold
Sorry,
the
I
mic.
don't mean to
He had
dominate.
his
No,
hand
no,
up.
that's
Yeah.
fine.
I guess I had a question, and this is tied into what you were saying earlier about standards developing, but specifically with VR, you have this intense performance challenge, which suggests to me that if you're making, say, libraries for people to fold into your app, you can't just, as happened in the web world, where you can just throw in a bunch of stuff and there's not that big a performance issue, you can't just throw things in. You really need source code, right? And oftentimes that's against like protecting your IP. And on the AR side, you've got this slightly different issue of you don't want to keep changing apps. You kind of want a seamless world and to be able to.
The world is your app.
The world is your app, and how do you essentially contextually pull up the right app, or how do you give your source code so that you can contribute to this world? And I'm wondering if any of y'all have bumped into folks who are actively sort of solving the monetization and funding problems behind this?
Well, I'll answer it this way, because I think what you're getting at is where is the ecosystem scale going to come from? In a kind of roundabout sort of way. Like it's
with the source out there, just everything.
Yeah, well, so venture capitalists are looking for those platforms that are going to get adopted, right? It's things like Unity that are the guts of game engines and systems, right? That analogy holds true for this sector as it does for the game sector. And there are companies out there that are trying to be that, right? They're trying to be the tool set that you use to create your VR experiences. They're trying to be the camera rig and post-production facility that you use to make it easier to shoot it and then edit it. They're certainly trying to be the app store of that universe, and so yeah, the same analogies that are that make the iPhone an ecosystem or Android ecosystem, Google Play Store work are happening in VR as well. It's just that there aren't enough endpoints yet to know which one of those are going to win. So we're a little bit away from there being this kind of utopic 1 or 2 or 3 systems that everybody uses to generate, right? There's still enough smart people trying to create really cool cameras or really cool rigs and are all kind of climbing the mountain in different paths. And so if you're an IP holder looking down the mountain at all these people coming up to help you, it's really difficult to pick which one of these guys are going to work. So you pick some and you pilot. If you're a venture capitalist at the bottom of the mountain looking up at who's going to win, you're kind of seeing like this team looks like they have traction in this space, and maybe that ecosystem works. And so you're making bets on pattern recognition against what's happening. But none of us could, with a straight face, tell you that this will win, right? So there's still a gap between the people that can put content into the ecosystem and the people that are building up the platforms and where they're going to meet, right?
Yeah, look for business opportunities. Behind, well, I'll get you next.
Hi. We see reports that the VR/AR industry is supposed to be $180 billion by 2025. So what part of it you think will be pure content?
You mean how much of 180 will be spent on just
content? That's one.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to find out, I really want to ask you all is, who do you think will be the earliest adopters of VR and AR content? Is it going to be the manufacturing industry, education, medical? Who is going to be the earliest or the biggest adopters of content in VR and AR?
So on the content side, the early indications are that the game community is the one that maps closest, and then follow obviously the industrial side of it, right? In terms of just the use cases. To answer your question about content dollars, though, it's really difficult, right? It's and if you look at all the people that are trying to forecast out the dollars, they all have different answers, because it's tough to predict like how do you predict the transaction basis on something that's not there yet? You have to predict how big that there is going to be, and then predict transaction on top of that. So there's multiple layers of assumptions. I could tell you any answer you want, right? I could literally like model it out and mix up the variables and tell you an answer, but it's not.
I'll give you an example, right? Think about it this way. So DAQRI builds a HUD, an automobile HUD.
Mm-hmm.
It's an augmented reality HUD. It's in 200,000 cars right now.
Mm-hmm.
It is right now the most widely distributed AR device there is. Right, when you think about it in those terms, like, and now think about the average commute time of a human being is 45 minutes in the U.S. The amount of time they're spending in front of AR every day, right? Where is the biggest adoption of AR going to be? It's probably not the factory floor. It's probably not Pokemon Go. It's probably in your automobile.
I think that's right.
So there's conventional wisdom that it's the gamers playing the games, but there's also less conventional wisdom that there's surprising more practical applications every day.
But you were asking a different question, right? You were asking, when does somebody choose to experience my content?
Correct. And do you think in by 5-6 years, actually content companies will be able to get an ROI?
So that's a good question. Let me ask you to take that offline so we can get to a few more folks. You can ask folks after. Let's see. So you were next, and we've got plenty back there. Yes.
When it comes again to content and dealing with this on the world level, because you had mentioned China, there's a lot of users in China. Do you find it's all gaming in every country here in America or in China? Because specifically China is a huge market. And so what kind of content do you find is very popular in China compared to the difference in here?
Specifically in VR and AR?
Yes.
No, it does actually run the gamut. I mean, yes, games are there, but they also have things like visit the local sites kind of experiences, the more kind of theme parky experiences, right? Like the Void, right? Things like that are going to be popular there, we know, just based on research. But look, I don't want to say that gamers are the only opportunity, because that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that. Well, so that's actually a really good point. Like I do think that there's a world for social VR. There's certainly a world for the more kind of utilitarian things in our lives. How do I get to the store? How do I buy milk? They're definitely going to, like, the car example is fantastic, right? I 100% agree that cars look to be the very first and really interesting at-scale platforms for these kinds of connected AR experiences that heretofore have been really kind of relegated to the phone. So I do think that there's going to be a there for that kind of content. But if you're talking about like narrative storytelling versus I'm playing a game versus I'm interacting with some piece of content that we in Hollywood tend to think of creating, then it looks like the game community is going to adopt those experiences first. But those same communities really love watching movies and watching TV shows. So there will be something in that world that makes sense. It may not look like the sitcoms we're used to seeing, right? And it may not be the same kind of narrative structure that we're used to thinking about in films. But I mean, I've seen some VR movies that are really good movies. Like there's this great space invasion movie that puts you kind of in the heart of this invaders coming in, and so there are things like that that are already being developed. So you could imagine a world where, and this is true of Chinese markets, right? Chinese markets tend to really love the big effects driven, high plot, high dramatic moment kinds of pieces of content. It's why movies like Pacific Rim work well there. It's why World of Warcraft did really well there. So, and that's not a ubiquitous statement. I don't want to say that they don't like comedies and dramas either, but in VR you can make those spectacles really novel experiences. So I would expect that there will be cases like that do well.
I was interested in your assertion about the multiplicity of small companies versus larger companies building the ecosystem. And I mean, we had such a flush of investment, especially in 2015, in relatively small companies. I know of one example of what we would call it, if you want to look backwards, the roll-up strategy, where people recognize that the runway will run out for 2015, and those companies may not be able to do another round, but they may actually be able to consolidate. Do you see that? Are you getting pitched that way? Do you see a consolidation literally imminent among smaller companies?
Not to the extent you're talking about, right? Because you're talking about private equity companies coming in and talking to VCs and swooping up large swath of businesses. We're still a little early for that. It's frankly, we don't know if there's a company that's tiny now that's going to grow into Facebook, right? And I mean by market size. I don't mean by the actual social VR thing. So it's not quite there. But if your question is in just the general sense, will that happen? There's no doubt, right? And you said it best. Like there are already VR companies buying other VR companies.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
So we've been building our studio up till now because there's not much of an audience based on project financing through like marketing budget. We did the Lionsgate, Allegiant, and John Wick thing.
Cool.
And we were lucky enough to sell an original title to Google for Daydream, so we've done strategic a bit. But now we're looking to grow the studio more. My question is really about valuation. When we talk to people about money now, they always want to ask us, okay, what's your valuation? I go, well, we've done this and this, and we have this many people, and we know how to build this stuff. Wherever you say this. On the AR side, the only thing you can compare to is Pokemon Go, and that's pipe dream. So how do you think of the valuation?
In VR, you just look them in the eye and say, it's this number.
Yeah, I mean, the blanket answer for valuation is there are ways in which you can justify valuations, but at the end of the day, the valuation is a negotiation between you and the person who is trying to agree or disagree with you, right? And so, venture capitalists try to use metrics to get to some kind of valuation number, most oftentimes things like profitability or revenue growth, users, some proxy for how big and valuable your company will be. But the reality is, if you have an idea of what you're worth in mind, figure out how you justify that, right? And convince them. No, literally, that is absolutely true. I mean, you can use. Look, we live in a world where a lot of people don't kind of appreciate this, but like once upon a time, venture capital was like a black box. Like nobody knew it existed. Like it was impossible to find funding rounds or who funded what and what. But now things like Crunchbase and all the various ways you can find this information out. You could probably find 10 companies that have proxy-like raises against the business you already have and probably create a pretty convincing argument for why you're worth X. Now, be prepared.
Kind of doing comparables now.
Yeah.
It feels like
Just be prepared for the venture capitalists to use the same tools against you, right?
Yeah,
It's like real estate.
Yeah, it's hard.
It's
hard. Valuation is hard. It's the hardest part of venture capital.
People who are used to projects.
Right.
Yeah.
If you're making revenue, it's a lot easier. I can multiply you out and tell you how much you're worth. But
Talk about Pixar.
Pixar. What about Pixar?
That's what I would do. Talk about Pixar.
Oh.
How about Magic Leap? Just use Magic Leap.
Yeah, it's a little hard.
They're even better. In the back.
So to the point earlier about whether you're ever going to have a Facebook type of a company in this space, I mean, if you look at engagement metrics, maybe with the limitations on spending time in a VR experience, maybe separate out VR and AR for the moment. In VR itself, it almost seems like that's a foregone conclusion that you'll never get to a Facebook-like valuation for anybody because of.
Why do you say that?
Yeah. Are you just talking about VR in particular?
VR in particular.
I think it's too hard to say that. I mean, we're at the Friendster stage of social media, right? Like it's literally like too early.
Talking about its upper limit. I mean, if you look at Facebook and the amount of time people spend on Facebook, and you look at VR and say, well, you know, you're not going to be able to spend.
Well,
you know,
no.
8 hours.
Let me
do this. Let me do this. I'm curious. I think we've got a couple people in the audience that want to answer that, who want to respond to that. Let's bring in the audience perspective. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is it's too early, and the upper limit hasn't been reached because we don't have the content yet, and we don't have HMDs that have better performance and better price points. And in addition, there's a lot of things in that answer that you haven't totally, no offense, taken into account, such as the fact, kind of that I've seen anecdotally in my journey in VR the past years, that the younger you go, the younger a person is when they put, this is just something I found, the younger a person is, the less VR seat legs they have, which means hypothetically they could spend longer inside of an HMD if the experience and the content is right. So the idea that like it's a one and done conclusion, that we've hit the upper limit, it just seems a little bit presumptuous, particularly because we haven't, the market hasn't even saturated middle America or the West yet. I mean,
So it's a fair point. In the front, another comment?
Yeah, well, just piggybacking on that, you can argue in a way that for a lot of people who spend hours a day on Facebook, that is their virtual reality. You know, these are some people they've never met in real life and they're forming friendships. So if there would be some kind of VR app that would allow them to have those same virtual experiences with, say, the really cool kids, you know, I see how that could be explosive.
Can I answer it in this way? So when I was thinking about 3D, back when 3D was the hyped up new tech, it was really difficult for me to have multiple models that really needed 3D from a utilitarian standpoint. VR is not like that, right? And by extension AR as well. Because the way I would answer your question is, literally anything you do in a day, you could probably do in a virtual environment. And if that's true, and the technology gets good enough to do that, then there is no upper bound. Because you could literally wake up in VR, live your entire life in VR, and go to sleep in VR. So that, right, like think about it, like you don't have to go to work, your office is there. You don't have to go to the meeting is there. You don't have to eat, you Uber Eats it and it shows up, and you don't even have to see what you're eating because in the VR landscape you're eating it. Like I mean, like you could literally do everything. Like you could literally do everything. And if that's true, if it's true that you could literally do everything, and there's an endless amount of platform extension, meaning there's industrial, there's healthcare, there's communication, there's gaming, there's socializing, there's all of the things that we as human beings do. Because yeah, let me take it one step further, which is the we're living in a simulation universe anyway argument. Like so I was a neuroscientist.
Has everyone heard this? Can you explain
right?
what this is?
So what this is so I was a neuroscientist. I studied the brain. The brain is encased in this body. This body is just a collection of sensors and haptic feedbacks and visual displays and everything else that the brain is interpreting to say is real, right? VR is kind of the same thing. VR, if the VR experience gets good enough, and there's a big giant if, and maybe we're 200 years away from this universe where the Star Trek holodeck exists, but you can kind of start to extrapolate out that the same kind of upper bounds that exist in Facebook, because I can't do everything I want to do in my life, arguably yet. Now give Facebook 100 years and I guarantee you can, right? So I wouldn't, that's my answer to you. It's not that the engagement metrics are too early, although I do agree 100%, it is too early. It's more that you can literally imagine doing anything in VR. And if you can imagine doing anything in VR, at some point in time, some company is going to let you do that.
I recommend reading Ready Player One if you haven't, or just waiting for the Spielberg version to come out.
Yeah,
so.
but sorry, I didn't answer your question there. So we're living in a simulation world. There's a collection of pretty high-powered VCs that think maybe we are.
Unfortunately, I hate to say it, Kevin. I'm really sorry. We're kind of over time. I'd love to hear that, and maybe if you want to hear it, come ask him afterward. I think I'm just going to have time for one last quick question, I hope.
I mean, it's more of a comment, actually. I would say that I think the real limiting factor for VR currently is cost. So you look at Facebook, they were able to grow so quickly and get so many users because it was free. And you look at Apple, the biggest challenge they faced was being able to put an iPhone in the hands of everyone for basically free. So you look at what Sony did with Blu-ray, where they were actually losing money when they put it out to get it into more people's homes. with Oculus, it's such an expensive price point that it's very difficult for most people to get, and that's gonna really be what limits them right now until they can figure out a way to make it cheap and make more people have it in their home.
Yeah.
I think.
That's well put. That's well put. You know, guys, it's after 5. You've been a great audience. Please help me thank our panelists today.